Good morning. Today is 2nd of July 2025 and we are going to be racing today. Today we are going to be racing at Sandown, Lakeside. Now this is Sandown. There are two tracks in there. There are two different circuits. One is the lakeside, the other one is the hillside. We are going to be racing at the lakeside today, so the measurements are here. This is the place that it is going to take the turns from. The last finishing mile is about 407 meters approximately, so it's about 400 meters. And the shape of the track is a little tricky one. There are very tight bends, and this is where we're going to be racing today. We've got about 8 races and we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. We try to do 5 days. If we do not get the right tracks, we do skip. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes or there are better horses at the paddock, we do make changes with our bets and then place our bets. It's horse racing, so we need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us, and that's exactly what we try and do. So this is, I've got 2 tabs opened in front of me. The first one is where we get to see the races. The second one is RaceNet, where we take a look at the odds and the scratchings. And for the official winning numbers, we need to refer to somewhere where we can get this. I don't know what is that showing. Did they abandon the first race? I don't know. Did they abandon the first race? Why is it showing like that? What is that? 11 hours. Why is it showing like that? Anyway, we'll take a look at what's going on with the first one. We'll take down the odds. 164 and 3. Lewis, welcome back, Lewis. Lewis, what's going on? Is the first one abandoned or something? Why is it showing 11 hours? For what, Joy? You see, when I'm looking at RaceNet, it is giving me 11 hours. Like is it abandoned? The first one, the first race at Sandown, did it get cancelled for some reason? Because we are getting the odds, but now it is in 12 hours. What? I have not seen that. This is the first time I am seeing something like that on RaceNet. This usually happens after the races are over. But now it is before even the start of the race, it is saying 12 hours. Gavin, welcome back. Think it's just a glitch. Yeah, true. That is true. Glitch. I hope so. It is a glitch. Because if it is not a glitch, then we've got nothing to do for 1 hour. If it is not a glitch, they have cancer. Man, these 3 days. Okay, that's good, Gavin. Thank you. Man, these 3 days were the longest holidays that I've got in last 2 years. These 3 days. Before this, I remember I actually ran out of my house because they were, my in-laws were all coming, and I had to go somewhere because I could not deal with so many people in my house. That was the last time that I can remember. I actually ran away from my house. And after that, these 3 days. Yesterday was messy. I did not want to get into Ballard. That was the only track that was playing. That's why I left a note on the community tab that we are not going to be racing today. But anyways, 26 minutes, if that's what it is, because it is. I've never seen anything like that. This usually happens once the races are over. You know how much time have spent, after the races are over. But it is now showing 12 hours. Anyway, so we'll take a look at what's going on with the first one. So the first one, if you look at the odds, it's 1, 6, 4, and 3. That one is the favorite. It is the EW. Now, if we look through the rails, this is how it is. 1, 4, 1, 3, 4 is here, then the 2 is here, and then the 6 is here, which is one of the drifts, got 2 races and all that. It's out of 2 races, it actually tried its luck in one of the league races. Nothing happened. But that's more or less what happened. Okay. Now, this one, the 4 is actually has 2 races, and there is practically some numbers that we can see. It's a neutral, so it's going to run, and it's one of the best BBs. Is one of the best jocks on this. It's a 1300 meters, so the jockey is going to play a role. These two guys are there, but the jockey handicapping is here, so I don't know what they will do. It's the first one, but if there was a linear, the linear would have been 3. Okay, this is how the placings are. 3 is the 1, which is an 18. This is also 18. This is also 18. All of them are 18. So this one would have been a linear if there was a linear in this one, but that's not the case. We do not have a linear. We have, this is not handicapped. The race is not handicapped. If we look through this one, we've got nothing on these guys because they kind of are like that. But that's way too much. This is still okay. I mean, there's no way to make out what's going on in this one. This is the highest FR. That means this is the highest. The 4 basically is the one which is a stable one. This is the highest spell on this. The hand is also okay. It is not bad. It is not bad. It is okay. 3 happens to be the best hand, and the 1 is there. So ideally the 4 should win. These guys, they do not have any races. Okay, these guys, they do not have any races, and the best jockey is here, the 16, which is 5, which is gate number 6. That is also the largest outer. The problem is the odds are on this guy, and they have no races. You know, they have never been fired, so there's no fire on this races on these guys. It is purely some kind of a pedigree thing or a jockey thing that is there probably. But if we look at who's riding 1, then hold on. And, McNeil, J. McNeil, is not an apprentice jockey. He's a good one, but he has been handicapped in such a way that it might be difficult. It might be. He's a good jock. He's not an apprentice. On the other hand, the 4 is also the 4 is also ridden by someone like that. So, but that's more or less where it stands. These two guys, 2 and 1, and this is a neutral. I mean, honestly speaking, where is the reason? These guys, they do not have anything, all right? We don't have any numbers on these guys. We can't measure them because they have never raced. We can't do anything. We can just look at the placings and the jockey and the scale on the handicapping, they have the largest advantages, all right? They have the highest advantages. But to deliver that, you also need some kind of a support from the jockey. Here, these two guys are handicapped in such a way that I don't know what to say. This is the only one which is handicapped, and handicapped isn't like in a very light fashion. It is not like huge. It is not like we are dealing with something like this, a linear 2.6. No, it is 0.2. So that's that. That's the first one to come out of the rails. It doesn't need this side of the rails because it's a neutral. That's the 4. So that's more or less what we have. I'm going to step out. I'm going to see the first one. How does this work? Because that's the highest pressure that it is carrying. Rest everything is all advantage. These two have the highest advantages, 25, 25. And this one, then it is here. This other thing, we will discuss this. So when we are getting a negative on this, all right, when we are getting a negative on the exposure, that's when we know that the pressure is too much. Now, how it is being neutralized is the pressure on the jockey. Okay, so the jockey pressure has to be on a different level altogether. So we will try and test and monitor this. So far, all of them are negatives. All right. So far, all of them are negatives. That means whatever the pressure is, it is too much. It is too much for them. So in that case, you know, the neutralization, this happens to be the lowest so far. The 4 is the lowest. Okay. And these two are very high. So, and that's more or less what I get to see. I don't see a reason why 4 should fail. But I'm not going to get into this one. We will wait for the first one to deliver and see how this thing works, because we'll check the pressure, we'll see how it works, and then probably we'll go to the next one. It's a 1300 meter. We've got about how many horses there? 6. We'll watch this, how this works. The 4 definitely has advantage from all the angles. Why? It has 2 races. It got placed, and there are some numbers. The jockey has been set to be the linear. This is the second linear. And then we have the others with the pressure and non-pressure and all that. But the first one should be easy. It should be easy. But the problem is, having said that it is easy, why 1 is favorite? For what joy? It has never raced. I checked in the official X of our festivals and all is okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Perfect. Perfect, Lewis. Thank you so much for doing that, my friend. At times, I don't know where to look at. I have no clue what's going on, especially with, you know, when some glitch happens. I don't know where to look. Do I look at my spreadsheet or do I investigate what they are doing? I don't know. And 1 looks like a super favorite. It's all of them are 2-year-old fillies. All of them are 2-year-old fillies. If 3 was the favorite, I can still understand that 3 is the favorite, because that would have been the linear. I can understand that. But 1 is the favorite. probably a jockey thing or a pedigree that I don't know, and I still have no clue how to include that. Someone probably has some information that we don't. What information possibly is that? That it's a gray. If it is a gray, then I understand. Okay, fair enough. It's a gray. What other information? I don't have the color information here. That's exactly what we try and take a look at the paddock, whether it is a gray or not. 1300 meter gray is lethal. But what else? What other information that we are missing out on? It's got the highest advantage, but 3 also has the highest advantage. Both of them. 3 is a better hand. 3 would have been the linear. But 1 is the favorite. It's probably a jockey thing, bro. That's what I think. It's probably a jockey kind of a situation that people are anticipating. And anyways, this is like the best thing is to get a drink and watch this. There's no reason for anyone to get involved into this. All ghosts. Yes. I don't get into all this. I like to step out of all this, Gavin, because it doesn't make sense. It's good to watch, okay. All 2-year-old fillies are running, fair enough. I anyways like to see when the fillies run, whether it is here, somewhere else, but that's that. But getting involved is a bad idea. It's probably jockey. It's probably jockey. I mean, it's probably the jockey stats people are looking at, but this jockey is also handicapped in such a way that God knows how far are we. We don't have a way to check that. 6 minutes. Okay, now it got fixed. Now it got fixed. Now it got fixed. Now it is saying 6 minutes. Man, these people are crazy. Got fixed. Come on. All right, we've got the feed, I hope.
So yeah, hopefully we can pick up. Hopefully we're talking to you throughout the day. Good luck, you, Billy. Thank you.
It's like the rider regarding not only the chances of Celestra on day move here, but for the 3 minute stable point generally across its day. What about the speed in this race, Hutch? There's only 6 of these 2-year-old fillies to go around, as we've touched on 3 of them on day move.
Track at Sandown, soft 6, downgrade coming through before the first, soft 6 at Sandown, and a late wrapping as a result. Number 19, Wheelstone coming out at 12.19, race 6, number 19, Wheelstone, a late draw.
One is getting tailed, by the way. I think I saw the one getting tailed.
No worries.
So I don't see the fair starters really thinking where this can go. I thought too much too soon to stop the start that side. And I think that's too many there and three lots of it sounds like it'll work out that way, but you have to wait to see how the games go. But the race field is good, so it's not like they've got a lot of
Sometimes a good opportunity to go, isn't it? A horse like Jada from straight spinning, just got a little bit of experience on her side. Maybe they tried just to do something a little bit different in a small field and have a nice fit horse and hopefully can turn the tables a little bit on what she has been doing.
They would have been happy to do that last start and just got sort of sport out on the lead, and it's one of those for watching this start the next you would have been feeling great at that halfway.
There's no movement on this one. None of them has movement, but that's a little too much.
Started, it does want to get over these sort of tricks. So hopefully now with that slower tempo like there, that will allow her to settle in more forward position and not run off her feet. So you totally
does it bring Amy out of the coast?
No, very, very well to be fair. I thought that it was a nice quick horse. It's always hard when it's raining. I always give credit to the stable hands too, because it wasn't overly present out there in the middle of the mountain. You had arch benefit of having an umbrella, but the force track is different, so we always acknowledge the hard work that they do, and they're going to be wet and cold for the rest of the day in trucks going back home. So take my hat off to all of them that have done a good job looking after the horses there.
And the rain is continuing, really not here, and it's forecast to continue to do the same over the next couple of hours. It's not dark too, it's not much. So not too much rise. Fantastic. Starting at 6, but then we're going to be
that miss sort of range, and once the track does open up, it just seems to settle in that little bit. Not by no means saying, a service that we need to be questioning. That's not the case at all. It's a really good winter service, and it walks really nice and safe. So hopefully this will sort of wrap off just for a little bit.
So at the stalls, repeating starting with the soft 6, top favourites in the opener is at $3.30 Celestra. $3.90 for Too Much Too Soon, and $4.10 for 6 in Zada.
Lewis is on 4.
Getting set for the opener.
On this Wednesday afternoon or morning.
It's raining. Is it raining or snowing? No, it doesn't snow in Australia, does it? probably raining.
Punters going for the first leg scratching has come through as well in race 6 today, and another Fieldstone comes out at 12.19.
Raining, yes.
There's about Chill going. Here's Lady Bates going to complete the line here. First about 1,300 metres. Is that the audience joining us? Thank you very much. Just updating about the services.
Let's know they don't run. But does it snow in Australia, Gavin? Does it snow anywhere? Any part of Australia?
Back to the end, here's Lady Bates. Celestia, the best to jump from too much too soon. So the two favourites are 1 and 2 after 150 metres. It's showing some lift to get to third. They were followed by Savannah Chill, about 2.5 lengths away on the inside of Census. And last of all, here's Lady Bates. Heading towards the opening bend of the 850, strolling out for fun, Celestra. Led up by length and a quarter, too much too soon. Inside third as they steady. Fourth Savannah Chill. 2 for the back is Lady Bates.
Okay.
As they're about to run
Okay,
down
Gavin.
So Celestra given an easy time down the hill by 3/4 of a length, too much too soon. 2 lengths away, inside the third, the inside, 600 metres, covered by Savannah Chill. His Lady Bates about to get going. And Licentious, the outside of the field of 6 is last. Into the home running of the 425. Celestra, too much too soon, getting a bit closer to the out. Savannah Chill is a length and a half away. Sars behind those seem to extricate out somehow. And his Lady Bates trying to come on from the back as they sprint up the 250. Too much too soon into the lead. Savannah Chill, the outside, coming out 100. Too much too soon at the 100. Savannah Chill levels up. Savannah Chill moves up on the outside, hits it bit in front. And Savannah Chill.
3, 4, 1 and 6.
Then a photo for third between Celestra the inside and his Lady Bates. Licentious was second last and Imsada last. And Savannah Chill, number 3. Savannah Chill, Dan Stackhouse.
3, 4, 1 and 6. So what happened is the 3, which would have been a linear. I could have taken that the 3 is the 1. Then the 4, and then the 1 is good. Then the 1 is good. I mean, I understand that thing, but 1 being the favorite was a little too much. This played exactly how it should play. So this would have been the linear. The 3 would have been the linear. It's got a good hand. This one is good. This is the EW. That was the neutral. Anyway, that is it. We'll go to the next. 8 has been scratched. 5216. This is where, God knows where this is. I don't know if this is South Australia. Is it South Australia? Because if this is South Australia, they'll give us again a copyright. If this is South Australia. Almost magic. It's Victoria. Which track is that? What are the other tracks we're playing? If this is new, Sandown is Victoria. This is I don't know where, because if this is South Australia, they'll give us a copyright. They've been doing that. If this is New Zealand, then it is okay. Anyway, we'll see. If it is South Australia, then let me just switch it off, because they will give us a copyright. I'll put it on once we, you know, when we are back with this one. So this is the second one we have, okay? This is the second one. If we look through the odds, it's 5, 2, 1, and 6. That 5 is the favorite. It is the linear. Then it is 2, which is here. It's a neutral. Then 1, and then it is 6, which is the EW. Now, the 5 is running after 14 weeks. 2 is after 3 weeks. 1 is after 8 weeks. 6 is after 2 weeks. And that 5 is favorite. It is running after a long vacation. That's 14 weeks. It's a good one. So we know that we need to, I mean, if we look through the rails, we get it exactly like this, all right? Wherein the 3 and the 10, which is the second linear, they also get in here, all right? And the 10 has, 10 is running after 3 weeks. The 5 is after 14 weeks. 3 is after 4 weeks, Flemington and all that. So I don't know what the 5 will do. Right now, the other thing is, we know that the exposure has to be less, but it cannot go on negative. If it goes on negative, then we need the jockey pressure. Then we need the jockey pressure. So that's what we require. Now these 3 have all gone negative. The one which is the lowest but not a negative is this one, the 11, which is a check. They are like that. It's not a great hand. It's not a great hand, but that's what it is. And there are few improvements that we've done. So we have this, and then we also have this. So these are when the PTL is basically, as of now, I have mentioned it as PTL, but this is like the potential, the highest potentials, right? The highest potentials. And how that potential is happening is when we're looking at the spell plus the handicapping which is being done plus the average on their sectional speeds. All right, so this is where it is. Now the 5 is the favorite, which now if we have seen what was happening, so we need one of the lowest and then one of the highest. That's where the game is. Okay, that's where the game is. Now this 5 is running after 14 weeks. It stands where it stands here. There are 2 more horses up here, which is 1, which is coming from gate number 10. It's a 5-year-old mare. It's there. It is here with one of the best hands. So that's that. It is not the highest spell. The highest spell is 10. Okay, the highest spell is 10. Then this one is there, but this is a pressure on this one, and this is also a pressure, and that is where it is translating. If we look at the spent, this is a very high spent. This is probably the highest spent. That usually means that it is going to burn out. So I mean, I would I like the 6, right? I like the 6, but the 6 is in a position where it is negative. And the jockey pressure is not as much as these guys that I am actually looking for on this. So 6 winning could be dicey. If this was not negative, I would have gone in confidently. That is the highest potential on this horse, but it went in negative. Now let's understand what 11 is. Okay, if we look at 11 is running after 18 weeks, and it came in first at sale. It came in first at sale 18 weeks ago. 5 is the favorite, which is running after 14 weeks, but it came in third 14 weeks ago at Sandown Lakeside here. So it came in third 14 weeks ago, and this one I have a little bit of, I mean, that's the lowest exposure. That's one of the lowest spent on this. So it's here, it is neutral. The only problem is that these people, they have a very bad management. The 1 is probably in. The 1 is probably in because of the rails. Okay. And if we have to take 2 out of these 2, then I think the 10, which is running after 3 weeks and came in third at Sandown Lakeside, is a much better option. The 10. Now, that 10 is the highest. This is these 2 are the highest, these 2 are the lowest. Okay. So here we have a very small spent. This is high spent on the 4. And here we have a 10, which is a small spent on the 10. So the burnout rate is lesser on 10. But will 10 win and beat the 11, or the 10, the 11 will win is a question of chance, you know. Is a question of chance. 56-40 So that's 16. Here it is almost the same, I think. 36 and 17 is 30, 39 and 17. 22. So definitely 11 has more advantage than 10. 5 is running after 14 weeks. 11 is running after 18 weeks. That 11 is a check. This thing can put everything upside down. We'll take a look at how that 11 looks like. 1 is probably in. 5 is okay. That's the linear. There's a lot of pressure on this horse. But if it actually has to work out, then 14 weeks versus 18 weeks is almost the same thing. Whatever trauma this is going to go through, the same trauma this thing is going to go through. The difference is this thing has way more advantage than this one. And the problem is they're like that. I like the 6. The 6 is good. It's one of the highest, but there is a negative marking on this, and the jockey pressure is not much that this can. I mean, I still have to figure out how much pressure do we need to get this thing straightened. So that's a blind one. The 11 is strong. This one is also strong. It's not that it is not strong. The 10, if you look at the rails, then, if we look at the gates, then the advantages are on the outer gates on a 1300 meter. This is probably like that. This is a very low spell horse. This is a much higher spell. But that's something that we got to take with a little bit of salt. Man, they'll give us trouble, these guys from South Australia. This is 40% burnout on this horse, but we'll see how it works. I mean, God, how many times are they going to repeat this, man? This is Sandown.
Sater, 4:16, 3 and 1. Third leg, 7.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Yeah, which is important in a really tricky race. 12 impending lead, 15 Bale Mountain, and 18 Moran, who had to work overtime last start, but it's registered a duck egg, but drawn a little bit better today for the informed stable. So 7, 12, 15, and 18. But as I'm talking to you, I reckon we've got some breaking news coming through. This horse has come out true to form in race 7. It's going to be out because of the track, I think. News coming through. Okay. 44 track downgrade. Terrific. Thanks, Hale. So it's coming out true to form. Late scratching, a further late scratching in race 7, number 7, true to form, 12:44 track downgrade, race 7, number 7. So as a result, my numbers left at 12 impending lead, 15 Bale Mountain, 18 Moran, and 3 Road Rocket, nothing like live radio. And the last event, 7 on top, Chicago, to beat 15 Trial by Pressures Drawn. Well, the winner 2 starts ago in town, 5 Carhoff and 6 out of Compton, 7, 15, 5 and 6. 20 numbers for what's going to be a follow the bouncing ball sort of a day. Looking at the radar, there's more rain coming from the east, and that will hit Sandown in the next hour or two. So a possibility that we'll be on a heavy track at some stage during the quaddy legs today, John. Indeed. That's as live as it gets.
Now, so we have had another downgrade retrospective race number 1, solid seconds, take note. As we said, 1,300 metres. Fillies and Bears benchmark 70. Horse number 1, serious statement. Been going really well since moving up the bench. We'll take Logan Bates in the saddle this afternoon. Can you make the case that she's a big price here, Hunt? I can. She's had a little bit of a fresh. She was caught wide, had excuse and start favourite in a benchmark 7 young led by 8. There's been a bit of format of that race without winners. A number of competing performed well, so she's had expression. She last up to last won the race. It's exposed to the track. We have one on the front, so it's right there.
Think about it this year. So still hold really this year because there's no extra weight on there whatsoever.
Adrian Joyce and Brad Barilla having an in-depth discussion about how tactics might play out with horse number 2, Zavino Cavallo. Hutch, I reckon she's got a bit of talent on her day. How does she set up in a race like this, 1,300 metres after what was a pretty good win at Seymour? That was the first good win at Seymour because she sat back off the good because as we sort of tempo quickly does beautifully. the market's found that more often than not, she can be well in position. She can again today, and if she can let go like she did last start with some of those close sectionals, I'd expect it to go very close. I've got her on top. It's a very even race for me. We've seen some format of that last race as well, and that was an improvement that came out of that event. She came out from a steep start, so I think she can go on with it.
Through the lane scratching in race number 7, number 12, Impending Link at 12.48, track down grade. Race 7, number 12, Impending Link, 12.48, track down.
Tracy in a big sitter for Kiribati, Dakota Keen in the saddle claim.
And whilst we're at it, race 5, number 12, Better Link has just come out as well at 12.48 track. Race 5, number 12, Better Link is out.
1400 metres last about dropping 100 metres as well, back to 1300. Look, she ran really well at Flemington and sort of fire a bit now. That's decided to win the race. There's been 2 subsequent wins out of the event. Overall time was decent. So she's another one. She comes back to the race, she gets the claim. And she was really well in the
She looks excellent here today, striding out beautifully, really nice and supple in the way that she's moving, and you can see the lovely tone over her rib cage. For this time of year, her coat is a beautiful.
4 is all nous. You're not sure yet, 100%. 4 hanging in the loop, perhaps one day, maybe not. This girl's won her last 2 starts. It casted and it's Swan Hill. I suppose that is the caveat. Otherwise, it's going well. I mean, she puts in back-to-back wins at Caston and Swan Hill.
Yep.
Well bound. Big Playable Mine came out with next start on the last.
Yep.
She looks the lead of the race. Take a massive patch, things like the part of the travel should be there for their way, but no doubt it's harder.
It definitely is harder, but the team have turned it out really nicely. She looks lovely and confident in the way that she's been parading. Her coat is just a little bit different, which is what you'd expect from a horse stable around the water horse.
A rising star of the saddle and a bona fide champion of the race. Luke Cartwright and Peter Moody. They combined here 10 deep. Who's presuming she's definitely got a bit of talent on her day, and the jump out behind Kosciuszko breeds well for a race like this. Cruised up in that piece of work to the tune. I mean, I think she's short enough personally. I mean, we've got 290 for VOP at the moment. She's had 1 jump out, no more than that. And there's no doubt that she has a lot of potential and I think things good. But in terms of price at the moment, I think she's short enough. But she goes well fresh, place 3 or 4, and like I said, jump out.
She's always been a mare that I've had a fair bit of time for. I like her as a type. And she's come back with a really good weight this time round. She should have maybe even strengthened up a little bit from last preparation.
She's doing the top of a really sweet ride to sneak up the inside and win here on the hillside that last start. If she repeated those on Lakeside, potentially good. I mean, it was a terrific performance, wasn't it? This is a horse that handles every going as well. In fact, it's raced well on heavy tracks. Yeah, I think many would have it's going well.
I'll be interested to see how she behaves here once Jordan Weatherly gets on board, because she did get herself quite antsy as she was going out onto the track last start. Here we are right on cue. She started doing it again. So almost I should get extra marks for that, I think. But hopefully Jordan can get on there and she can be a little bit more sensible. But as I said, don't be concerned that she's carrying on a bit here, because she was actually a lot worse last time she came out and won. So well played there, and hopefully she can put in a good performance.
Our wonderful director in the truck to set up.
So the favourite weight 10 deep is resuming from a spell. Has decent first up stats this match. She's had 4 starts with 3 minor placings, and she loves the wet round as well. 4 goes on rain affected for 2 wins and minor placing, and she has contested better races than this for Cartwright, and is the solid favourite ahead of Divino Cavallo, a last start to Victor at Seymour, and then Eagle Express, who hit the line pretty well here the other day behind Terra Lee on Saturday. Terra Lee's a really nice horse, and she's fitter. She's third up fitter, Eagle Express. Just depends where she gets to from that. But 10 deep is the favourite. A couple of late scratchings are through due to the track downgrade. The related horses, race 5, number 12, Better Link, race 7, number 12, Impending Link, both late scratchings, race 5, number 12, and race 7, number 12, and there might be some further news here.
Express, who was getting warm, sticks at the 1300 metres in twice in a row.
Track, I think. So another late scratching in race 7, number 6, Lardy Shark comes out of 12.53. So race number 7 is being decimated at the moment. You can put put the pin
another
through
one
in
that
race 7.
for me, I thought she
Numbers
created very
5,
well.
6, 7, 11, 12, 14, 16, and 20. So we started with 20 in seconds. We're now down to 12 in race 7. So out of the 7, 5, 6, 7, 11, 12, 14, 16, and the 20. Here's Mark Hunter with his thoughts on race 2.
This is harder. I'm happy to take
We're in the late one, race 7, number 6, Lardy Sharp, 1253, track down the road. Race 7, number 6, Lardy Sharp, 1253, track.
Get it right up to the mark to start over this sort of distance range.
All right. What are we doing in terms of tips here, Hutchie? Cracking little race, very wide open. A couple of good chances according to the VOP. Coming to the line with 4. I think it's more open than what the market has it. Perfectly honest, I think there's not much between the top 4 or 5 chances in this race. I think Gazette Cavallo looks about right at 450. I think Series Statement's typically at $8. It's shorter along with the benefits. 10 deep is under the odds minus $3. Notwithstanding, all 4 of those have genuine claims, and I've left out the likes of Silver, Eagle Express, both look like they're not out there.
I didn't even myself, but I found the end sitting on top of the office for fantastic today. The coat's beautiful, rich colour, and it's in very, very good condition this time of year. Because she had a lovely compliment look on her face, and she was beautiful and supple in the way that she was moving, bossy in the yard. A couple of other horses that I thought were really good walk of fame. I think that she's quite a nice progressive horse that was turned out in great order, as was Divino Cavallo and
Grandstand, Eagle Express, and also a little Vienna Vixen, Walk of Fame, and Hay Bella. Hay Bella, Walk of Fame. Hay Bella, and Walk of Fame.
Thanks for your time. As always, Adrian, Divino Cavallo, she's been putting together a really good, consistent preparation this time out.
And I don't like this. This is this is prone to go wrong, probably. I mean, if I have to believe a horse with that kind of a pressure, which is running after 14 weeks,
What kind of a track record is she
then it's best
probably not as
that
bad.
I don't get involved. Maybe the 5 will win. It's the linear. Within the rails, everything is good with that 5, but it is running after
You've also got Autumn Storm coming up in race 7 later on in the day.
14 weeks.
Good, well, ready to kick off. Good shot, resistance today, but it's
Best of luck with your 2 runners here.
Thank you.
And on top of that, it is not with one of the best jocks. Now it's become soft 7.
Really riding well. Absolutely. It's nice to ride on the back of the speed that good.
This thing is prone to be a weird one. I'll be out. I don't want to get into it. I like the 11, but the 11 is not one of the best horses. That's very evident. It is not one of the best horses.
Got class, that was always going to be there. He obviously has always struggled with his weight cut, so he's done it very hard for a very long time. I remember actually when I was a kid overseas, and even now he's still being starting to stop gear on.
Race number 2 on the program, so favourite 10th Diva $3, so hitting $5.20 to Beto Cavallo. Then out to $6.70 for Eagle Express and $9 for 6 Silver Cliff. Moving into the stalls, getting set for the running of race 2. Silver Cliff going in 10 Diva. Here is Davino Cabello coming along, so with that down race, and Lakeside is coming through the program. Race 5 to 12, Better Link is out. In race 7, you can look ahead for a 6 large sharp, 7 true to form, 11 Morels, 12 pending win, 6, 7, 11, 12, all out of race number 7. A serious statement is going to be the final one.
The 10's good, Lewis. The 10 is better than the 5. That is for sure. The 10 is the highest spell. It is better than the 5.
Beautiful line, 10 away moderately well. Walk of Fame began well the loop, and Silver Cliff on the outside began a mix it right there on the premises too. And 10 deep is ridden with aggression to get up on the inside of those horses. So they were followed by
6 is doing that thing as of now.
So 100 metres to go. Silver Cliff is going to lead by a length and a half. Walk of Fame and 10 deep third the rails. Fourth is the loop, about 2 million back is Tremens, Vienna, Vixen at the 800. They're all followed by Serious Statement, well about 3 wide from Eagle Express. And then Davino Cabello, and last of all is Handicappers, they hurdle down the hill. 600 metres to go, Silver Cliff in front, 3/4 Walk of Fame. 10 deep the inside, third from a loop, and they're all followed by Vienna, Vixen around the corner. Tremens next the inside, Eagle Express is trying to make up ground between horses, and then comes Serious Statement at the 400 metres. It's Silver Cliff in front, Hanson Hills by about a length and a half. Walk of Fame showed the persuader. Then came 10 deep and Vienna Vix at the outside, and back behind them Serious Statement at the 150. Still Silver Cliff in front by over a length. 10 deep and Vienna Vixen are the only threats in many. Silver Cliff pumped out clear, and Silver Cliff will see it.
6-5.
3/4 10 deep Vienna Vixen, and then came on the inside Walk of Fame from Serious Statement, Eagle Express. Next to clock in over the line, Haybella, Davino Cabello, Lou and Tremens. Silver Cliff the winner, Jordan Beverly at 650 and 240 has led all of the way. 10 deep second, Vienna Vixen third, and the Walk of Fame on the inside after the first 2 races on a deteriorating track. It's always a course you need to be up on speed, but it's going to be very hard to make up ground rapidly on today. But this horse, Silver Cliff, 2 on the bounce, is pinned back, real trier, and trained by Patrick Ryan Jr., who's done a great job with this man by Nicole. They've registered 2 city wins on the bounce with Jordan Weatherly in the saddle. Silver Cliff, number 6, has defeated number 5, 10 deep. Really lose any admirers there. Luke Cartwright, Peter Moody, and Catherine Coleman. And Vienna Vixen in third, Dakota King for Kieran Barr. Fourth was number 9, Walk of Fame. Fifth, number 1, Serious Statement. It was 3/4 both ways, 1:20.07, placing 6, 5, 3, and 9 to the running of the second today. 6, 5, 3, and 9. Well done to Patrick Ryan, the man from Grasmere, who's done a great job with this man. Went around in some low.
So what happened? That 6 got through. Then the 5, because it was running after 14 weeks, 6, 5. 3 was here. The other one, which was within this. But they were like 75% down. I did not want to even speak about them. 6, 5, 3. 3 was up here. And the 9. That happened. How did that happen is 6, 5, 3, and 9. Go to the next. 9 has been scratched. 1, 5, 2, 8. Right, this is the third one here. If we look through the odds, it's 1, 5, 2, and 8. All right. Now the 2 is there with the rails up here. That's the linear. It's a 4-figure linear. And when I'm looking at RaceNet, it says that it ran 4 days ago. Why they're making it run again within the same week is what I don't understand. So that's a bad sign. But they look like they know what they're doing. So the one is the EW, which is here. It's like that. So we had that 6 knocking it out, right? Through the potential. Then the 5 that came here. So this is the highest. And whether we are getting a negative or not, there's a jockey pressure on this, which is the highest jockey pressure. So this is safe to go. There's no other pressure like that. So this is the highest jockey pressure. Now, if we go through this and look at what's going on, then these are not calculating for some reason, but one looks good. One looks good. So here what happened is the lowest, then the highest. That became the queen or the forecast. And then the 3 was there within the rails. So here, that's the lowest, all right? The lowest is actually this one, the 7, which is up here. But that's a bad spell. This is the highest spell. Okay. This is probably the second one. And what do we have within the rails? Let's check that. Everything. Now the difference between these two is 44.33, and that would be about 11% here and 25 minus 18, 7%. So the advantage is with the high pressure. And that is also what we are getting. So this thing is the second horse. This is the second horse. This is exactly where it landed, right? So this is the highest. This is where it is. And that's that. Now 1 and 2. The 5. The question of the 5 is probably third. And then anything can happen. Then the 8 is here, which is a 33 and neutral. They're like 50%. They don't do anything. 27, 31, this one 6 is here. 29.3. Nine. This is very difficult to believe, but yeah, the 1 is good. The 1 is good. I think it is 1 and 2. 1, 2, and 3. I mean 1, 2, and 5. That's what I think it is. 8 is difficult to believe what it will do. But here, that's what the thing is. So 1, because of that and that. That's the highest jock pressure. This is there. This is the second. So 1 and 2, I think, should give us a queen. 1 and 2. They have 1, 5, and 2. The 5 is also good. They have the best jockey. But uh, the only bad thing here, the only thing that is a little bit of a concern is that 2 is running after 5 days within the same week. That can be a good thing, and that can be a terrible thing. That can be a good thing, and that can be a terrible thing. There's nothing wrong here, but if we do this, then we have that. If the 2 fails, then it is dicey. If the 2 fails, I can't fit all that in, so I had to hide that, but we'll keep opening that part. 1 and 2, probably. But the 2 is running after a long time. Right after 5 days, not after a long time. This is good. That's the high. That's a lot of relaxation on this. The other one is here, which is the 7. What is 7 doing? First, 1400 meter. Even that thing has advantage, but that's not happening. That's 3 is the highest spent, so that is not happening. The lowest is 7 here. I don't think that the 7 is a threat, at least today. But it came in first 4 weeks ago. That's that. Then we'll have to take a look at the 6. 6 came in second. Those are very bad spells. Let's not even go there. We've seen what happened to the 11 because the spell, it did not work. The spell is good here. So we'll stick to these 3. What is the order? 1, 2, and 5, or 1, 5, and 2? It's probably 1, 2, and 5. It's probably 1, 2, and 5. The odds are right. I mean, Sandown, the odds are generally right unless it is absolutely disastrous. Here we have the clarity. Here I did not have the clarity. The 5 was the favorite, but it was running after 14 weeks. It was the linear. Okay, fair enough. And then the 6 started tailing. We got to look for that here, if the 1 gets tailed or not. But the 1 looks good. Everything is good. This doesn't need the rails. It has the rails. It's in a superb position. This is a 38. This is a 35. If the 1 is challenging this one, then good. 1, 2, 5. That's how it stands. And then these 2 comes up. 4 and 6. But that's bad. This is Murray Bridge. Yeah, that the one that they're showing, the other one is Murray. That's the one which is quite capable of getting us into trouble. We need to avoid the streaming of that track. If the two fails for some reason, and if it gets on between the 5 and the 1, then it is a disaster. If the 2 keeps the 5 busy, then it is okay. That's the only concern in this one, that the 2 has raced just 5 days ago, but it's in a very good hand. I hope they know what they're doing. I hope they know what they're doing. That's a bad idea, actually. That generally is a bad idea. Why would you do that? Why would you burn out a horse, a racing horse? Why? What is that desperation? Lee, welcome back. We are about to figure out. This is the first reasonable one, Lee. I stepped out of the first two. We are about to figure out if this is a good one. The 2 is running after 5 days. That's the only tricky part of this. The 1 is good. If we try to get a queen, it's 1 and 2 or 1 and 5, probably. If the 2 fails, then it's a disaster. And there's a 100% chance that the 2 might just not do anything.
This really true with
Yeah, that is a question mark. She's never seen it before. Soft fives where she's been. I couldn't remember a trial that she's never had on the either. So, yeah, sometimes the first time they see it, their wheels can spin regardless if they, handle it or not. But she's pretty smart. Typically, Tornadoes do love the wet, so I'm hoping.
in regards to tactics today, what have you asked them to do?
She's kind of a little bit one-dimensional in the sense that she needs to come up, and was bringing it forward before just punching it, and she's getting a bit too much within herself. So, just trying to chill out, get up.
This time of year, you've had plenty of those yearlings that you bought at the yearling sales come through. Is there one that's good at turned up and standing up for the rest at this point in time?
Yeah, I haven't had too much with them, but there's definitely a good thing through. I think quite impressed with the same market facilities. We've got a couple of them coming through for their secret side, but all too hard to
I like the St. Mark's facilities at the sales too. They had a bit of spunk about good quality horses, weren't they?
Yeah, very strong, well put together. You might be saying that probably pretty fit 3-year-olds, but they look like they're pretty sharp and ready to go, so just positive.
Hopefully you can get another city one on board with the Tornado here. Good luck.
Thank you. Right to hear the thoughts of Will Larkin, who co-trains.
All business is there, all business in Balmoral, all business Balmoral, but an Princess Shimano Seki, and also chocolate box, chocolate box, chocolate box, chocolate box, and every little thing, every little thing, two Sigma.
Actually on the 7-5 and works the high.
Arriving out of the gates for race number 3 on the program.
There's not really much exposure.
He favoured all business 260 ahead of chocolate box at 330, and he's out to $5 from 4 butternut and 6.
All business is the one that's starting to come from $2.60 now on the VIP.
Shimano Seki is there, Shimano Seki, and also
not so long ago.
chocolate box.
You just recap your thoughts on why
There's absolutely no money on that one. Absolutely, I'm so tempted to go with a queen, but one place is a thing that'll happen, Lee. But I was thinking to go with a club on 1 and 2, but the 2 is running after 5 days. The odds are 1, 5, and 2. The odds are right. It is not bad. The odds are right, but yeah, just one win place. Rest everything is very, very dicey. Very dicey. The pressure is adequate on 2. The pressure is not adequate on 5. That's the problem. If I go with 5, the pressure is not adequate on 5. If I go with 2 as a club, it ran 5 days ago. There's no guarantee that it will run again. might be just burnt out. So there's no money on one. That's the problem. That's the sad part. 5 no good.
Scratching coming through race 7, number 2, Blazing Harry.
God knows, wait, bro. Just one. 2 also apprentice jockey. Just go with, I think 1 is good. But I mean, the problem is there's no money on 1.
So moving to the stalls here, late scratching, race 7, number 2, Blazing Harry. As they get set well.
But going with a club seems very dicey. It'll take 2-3 tickets. Either I go with 1-5 and 1-2. That's one way of doing it. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to go multiple tickets today on a weekday.
Comes forward, Shut the boss.
1 seems the best, yes.
Keeping the head straight. 2 Sigma save for this as we go to Saturday. Shimona Seki, one of the outsiders of the field to come along.
Gavin, it is like that. It is everywhere. This thing has become like a chess play. The 1 has missed the start now. How good thing is that?
A slender margin, but Princess, and also on the inside settling down for his choice. Out wide on the course also.
It'll run. It has huge advantage. It'll run, probably.
They're 2.5 chocolate box, little thing, Shimona Seki, and all business. Belmore the leader, 1,000 metres to go from Butternut Princess. Then came his choice, who got the front, the 2 Sigma.
1 has huge advantage. It'll run.
Little thing on the inside, the 800 metres, and all business is at the back. You're about to run down the hill, and it's Belmore only the slower.
Looks like that. Bring it in, baby.
Really packing up this field. 2 Sigma 3 wide coming into it. And from well back, Shimona Seki.
Yes.
All the while by all business.
Now is that part where you have to do that thing.
Took over from Belmore. Here's all business on the outside. It's done to sweep home down the middle. Butternut Princess of the 200 claimed by all business. All business draws about a neck in front of Butternut Princess. All business from Butternut Princess, they're going the others. All business, Butternut Princess is brave on the inside. And it's coming back.
1, baby. 1, 2. Boom, boom, boom. 1 and 2.
Again, the field 2 Sigma, then every little thing, Shimona Seki, and last Baraka's choice.
Gavin, boom.
Troy Corstons and Will Larkin having a stave off Butternut Princess, who was brave under Emily Cosman. But all business who had to make a mistake.
Yeah, but that could have played very dicey, Gavin. That could have played very dicey.
It had enough on the line, Luke Harper getting their hands and heels in the last few strides to make
Yeah, 5 did not have the pressure. 5 did not have the pressure.
on the line. All business fulfilling by Colorado. Win 2 at start number 10, but a deserved win here. Has swapped it out to be Butternut Princess, number 2. Emily Positive for Peter Moody and Catherine Coleman. 3rd will go to Belmore, number 4, Dan Stackhouse for Michael King. Ahead of Chocolate Box, John Allen for Wendy Kelly. It'll be 1, 2, 4, 5 when the judge calls a halt.
It played well. I'll show you how it played.
With all business.
So, through this, we had 1, 2, 4, and 5. Right? The 5, that monkey had the jockey, but you know, it went down through the pressure line. This was a 38 by 27, and then this was a 27 by 33, and that was the largest outer. And it was tailing too, I think. That is also possible. But that happened here. These two were 60. I think 6 came in after that. 6 is supposed to come in after that. 1, 2, 4. Man, one day we will have this thing in a way so that, you know, we can place all the bets. The win, the second horse pool, the third horse pool, the exacta, forecast, trifecta, and the next day probably they will Sandown 4, 7, 10, 16, and 14. All scratched. 12, 6, 1, and 3. 12, 6, 1, and 3. Man, I'm going to turn this thing, the feed off till the time they're doing this. Jockey Farm, Eagle Farm 3 place, jockey plus trainer. Okay, let me put Eagle Farm. Eagle Farm is okay.
The schools. Jumping is a good line. First we go towards it. So most of the out is coming over the speed. Driving about 1 there, first down the line, coming over there. Eggleston just behind the lead division in this waterline. Quite cherished today. Well back in 2000. Carried the ball here. Class. If someone went to the farmer, probably inside this first W9 caviar, they go straight and straight, second grand boat. It's right up the track, it's in the bend. He'll pick your time around the quarter and pass the arch. Eggleston tramping to the ledge, a corner and going for 2 runners. Big Bag Encourage, Cherish the Day. Past the waterline, one over the Wizard Dars, Big Bag Big Killer. They spread across the track. This personality leads the way. More there in the steep inside runs, then the Allied Caviar and Cherish the Day. They've got 100 metres left to go though, and this personality is going strongly. Too good for them. This personality wins. Big Toe Deal, Ordinary will Cherish the Day in fourth. This game is done. This borderline.
Did you get that? This one had blinds. It's still going to take time. Anyway, let's take a look at this one. This is the fourth one, okay? If we take a look at the odds, it's 12, 6, 1, and 3. 12 is here. If we take a look at this thing through the rails, we get 5, 1, 13, and that. Now, we had a very similar situation a few days back, I think at Doombend. That was at Doombend. Okay. Now, what happened was when you have same sex and same age, then it is one of the BBs with the highest advantage. And that brings us to 5. It's a BB with the advantage everywhere. It's an EW. Last time, I think it was the horse number 13. Last week, we were playing somewhere. And that was the horse number 13, which was here. Now, the tricky part, it's one of the BBs. It is one of the BBs, okay? The tricky part is that they're like that. They are like that. Do they even know that they have an advantage to do this? I don't know if they have the understanding that they have an advantage of doing this. But that 5 is a check. Now, the 12 is the favorite. So that's a 45. That's a 45. Here it is 20. And the 1 came in second. The 12 came in third. 3 weeks ago, Sandown Lakeside, same place. here only. Okay. Now the difference is 43.17. That is 43 minus 17 is equal to 26. And here it is 20. So obviously it is with 1. Technically, it is with 1. It is not with 12. It is not with 12. Technically, it is with 1. Now, if that's that, then where are the other advantages? (1600-meter benchmark 70). So this is the highest. This is here 310. That's the linear. The 3 is the linear, but it is a very difficult task from here to climb up there. Okay, it's pretty much a difficult task. So I don't know if that will happen, and I don't know if that 5 is going to knock us out, because that is generally, I mean, all that we needed here was a management, which is lacking. That is not there. If we had a management on this, this was a clean shot, that 5. And that 5 would have given us some good results on this. But that's that part of the story. We don't have the management on this, so it's difficult to believe that they are going to do. I don't know whether they even know that they have that advantage of doing this. About 12 and 1, I think 1 has a lot more advantage. A lot more advantage on this. Now if we hide that, then what do we have? These are the, if we go through the lowest, then 13 is what? 8. No. What is 15? 4th. 1 is 5. Where is gate number 6? 6 is here. 2. Okay. Now 2 is what? 9th. 2 weeks ago, Flemington, not happening. And 3 is 9th. Can't take a chance on all that. Can't take a chance on all that. 15. 15 has the best jock, probably. We can't do that. I mean, the presence of this 5 makes it very dicey. The presence of the 5 makes it very dicey. It is either that or it is 1. Probably. But there will not be a queen. It's difficult to believe that these, that is going to be a queen. It's very difficult to believe. The 4 is the other one, which is there. 1 second. Which has this side of the rails here in very good hands. That is 51. 1600. This is the second linear. This is the first. This is the second linear, which is here. So these two, then there is something in between because they're both on pressure. There's something that we are missing out. I don't know this actually. This one doesn't look great. This one doesn't look great. We have the one within the rails. That's the third. Okay. That is the third linear. But someone from this particular section is going to attack. And there are too many horses in here. I like the 5. The 13 is the largest outer, but the largest inner is here, which is 8, 4. Okay. Okay. So that makes sense. 1 and 8, 38. This is also on the higher side. The spent is lowest here on 11. But we don't have a pressure. I don't know which we still have to figure this thing out. Like here, we knew that pressure, that thing will work out. And the 2 also worked out. But what happened next is this thing failed and then the 4 got in. Because of that. Here we did not have any problem, but here we have a problem which is called Mr. 5. See, it is difficult. I'm not going to get into it. It is difficult as in like I don't want to lose money. It's a weekday. It's just the start of the week. I don't want to get into it. This doesn't look right. The 12 is the favorite, which is a neutral. Okay, if this is a 45, that's a 45 too. If this is a neutral, there is a huge amount of advantage on this horse. If this is 4-year-old, that is a 6-year-old. But it's all mares, and it's something which is well tried and tested. That if it is the same sex and almost the same age, then the advantage with the BB is going to knock it out. So, but I can't go with that 5 because of that management here, and probably also the fact that we also needed a better jockey on this. The 1's good. The 1 is actually good. The 1 is actually good. And then anything is possible. If the 5 doesn't topple 1 off, then it is probably 1. The 12 is okay. The 12 is fair enough. It is there. But there's no... I mean, there's a huge difference of pressure here. That's a 43. This is 17. That's like half the pressure on 12. Getting through is... I mean, if this is a race, like with handicapped horses, okay? We're not considering the advantage. Let's say if this is a race, which is within the handicapped horses, then obviously the one with pressure will go through. It will not play the advantage. It'll go through pressure with the advantage of the rails. And 1 is here. The 1 is the third linear. The second one is here, which is okay. But that's more or less what we have. Too many neutrals. This one is a neutral. This one is a neutral. 15 is a neutral. The 12, 9 is a neutral. Here, what did we see? The 5 was a neutral. It was difficult for, I mean, neutrals do get in. It is not that neutrals don't get in, but it is a difficult task. Here again, it is a neutral. And the 5 is with that advantage. Then the 2, what is the 2? The 2 probably, it's the same thing. I mean, the 2 is not a BB. So there is no question for 2 to knock it out from here on a same-sex race. The one which can actually knock it out is 5. But they have a bad management. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be out because Gavin, I don't like the structure of this one. This thing, I like the one. Um, this one is don't know, buddy. Look at the 5. If they had a, if they had a little bit of support with the management, that these guys are a 43% on a bleeding spree, man. They kind of, there's something not right with their team, that's for sure. It's either the ownership, the stud farm, there's something not right with them. And the advantage is with them. And what has happened till now is what has happened till now is all the EWs have gotten in. So the 6 won here. If we look at what happened on race 2, the 6 got in. All right, the 6 got in. The 3, this one got in beautifully. This is the 4th, and that is again the EW.
One of the chairs that are being racing against each other might have a little bit of more than what to like this. You guys get a very happy.
Bunts and connections. The special of the day has already got the cash, so we're both with house money. How are we going to keep building this bank that we've built?
I'll be out.
Question.
Okay.
Follow a couple of the others to answer. So, Mariah Bell is coming to support us. You guys, soft tracks. Indian Hill brings in similar forward lines. I threw in that matriarch race, another horse that probably takes today for the fraction on this neck. I think it was a pretty open race.
I agree with you, Archie. I think it is a really open race. I thought this when I was having a look at it pre-race this morning, and then even assessing all these horses. And it's an extra compliment, I think, given the fact that when she's stable, I thought she's in really good order all round. There's a number of other horses here. It's a big, consistent sort of a field, and that's reflected in the market too. The growth's on top for me.
Yeah, she's a mare at home that can get a mouth and pick it up. So we found at home she could bear the crossover rifle comfortable. How that works out.
The filly with an awesome pedigree. We all know she's a six winner already. Maybe some in her progressive mass preparation coming into this preparation with that little bit more race experience and confidence.
Yeah, just come on again for sure. Today's unknown on the track, sure. Last start was slow away, no tempo at all, sprint time didn't suit. So I think the track will suit from a stamina point of view. I think he wants to stay there, get the turn of foot as well at the end of the trip, I feel. I think unknown. Yeah.
Indian Girl, she's probably a little bit unknown on these conditions as well, but she's got a beautiful action in the yard.
She is. She's in really good work, young super. She's got this on her side, better 3 more days. She's forefront of the campaign. Really big run here last time, Saturday, great. They went slow, flashed home late. Had one go on a bad track, happened in one night, she didn't love it. Then to give her one more try.
They're both gone just out a little bit here in what's a pretty big, even sort of a field. Ideally, where would you like to even end up?
Want to put the individual more than last time, so hopefully this will be a sport good. I can't see it being right up there. And 3 more days, really, she's typically going the way. She can go up, yeah, slow
Moving into the stall, Surroundings is in with also Indian Jewel. A tower is about to
Four.
getting six.
4 is the second linear. There is a possibility, Lee. There is a possibility. It is okay. 4 is okay. 4 is okay. It's not a hopeless one. But things can go wrong, like Pro Max. Not only wrong, but wrong Pro Max.
26. Matriarch Rose about to come along. Mariah Pearl taking another turn. Perfect Gold being one of the last. History is in the stores. Fields are a drop for Saturday finals day at Flemington always very
The presence of that 5 is making it
final.
very dicey. Market heavily backed 5.
Matriarch Rose goes in. Perfect Gold will be the
4 place enough.
1600 is the total for the mares. Just about ready. Perfect Gold from the barrier markets. About to join the line. Daniel Watch. Goes in.
Man, Eagle Farm kind of drained me out. I kind of lost
Stands still at the moment.
so much at Eagle Farm.
Crossing the 1600 metres. Dream all day away fairly, a tower away quickly, bit toward the inside, driving through a
5 is last.
no.
No.
Of course, proper agreement is going to lead for High Pearl, Cinematic Star of Tower, so he's next the interim Perfect Gold Diva improving. A length and a quarter away into the field is Matriarch Rose. Then carries the moves the 1150, sounded out, Road Evil, Indian Jewel, blistering second above. And 3 more days at last. Agrees to lead with the featherweight as they reach the 1,000 marker by 3/4 Mariah Pearl. So Anthony's getting a good run. Perfect Gold is 4th doing it the hardway 3D, but Cinematic Star between metres. A length and a quarter at Tara Deep. They Matriarch Rose and Brody from Sound and blistering Indian Jewel and Dream all day. On the back, it's agreed to halfway of the 800 metres by halfway Mariah Pearl. A length and a halfway Perfect Gold, then Suwandi's 4, the inside tucked away. Cinematic starts driven along, followed by a
The
tower.
management is wrong. They have a very bad management. Look where is he placed.
Tries to kick away at the 400 metres. Mariah Pearl is right up there. Suwandi's battles on with Perfect Gold. And followed by Sound coming on out there. Mariah Pearl.
No.
200 metres. But Mariah Pearl out there. Sounded out, moving up for outside. Mariah Pearl sounded out, getting the better of Mariah Pearl. Sounded out in a real slot.
12-1.
Perfect Gold, Dream all day, then Matriarch Road. A gap then to Indian Jewel, Suwanthese, a long gap in the field of greens, blistering Roby and Tara. Cinematic Star, that's just about it. Giant deal, Lord sounded out at $5 and $1.90 was in the 3-wide line, but got going before the corner and is brought to the middle of the track. She's done a
It
good
does, but we have to get the right arrangement on this. We have to get the right arrangement. With that management, it is difficult.
$5 and $1.90 for Pearl second. Hannah Edley, the trend buster to the Natalie up. She's racing well. Mariah Pearl at the photo for third. That's actually desperately close. Perfect Gold should just get that ahead of Dream all day. Little limit. But there's a mud splattered winning jockey on Sounded Out. John McNeil, Chris Waller. Certainly in these conditions, she's benefited from 3 runs back this preparation, 4 up. And from that outside gate, couldn't really get in, but was able to get a trail, that 3-wide trail gave her some sort of momentum. 141.72 the race time, 141.72. So on this heavy track, we're looking at around about 4.5 seconds outside. Class record standard and completed placings are in the frame at 12-1.
What are the numbers? We'll put Eagle Farm. We know 12 and 1, but what are the rest? Now we'll have to rely on this because Palmer bet has gone crazy, and this has become heavy 8 now. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we'll take a look at that later. Let's take a look at this one. 6, 8, 12, 13, and 17. 6, 8, 12, 13, 17. From race number 5, this is. Or 1, 15, 3. Lee Eagle Farm 5. Best of luck, Lee.
Start to release them to come to legal farms. Placing. 5% opposite solid 6 and began fairly. Not fairly speed, but as you can see, notice driving through as well. They obviously been run up there early. Like demands a stay, it's also showing speed going forward rather than cruise lead. They've got this generous right off the track. Look at that, looks back to be about a touch worse than midfield. Then Dave seen Chase starting, and also Martini settled in last position. Now the back by the 1400 metres, brings in an expensive leader, and the length margin over the back to back second. Two-way third as in Davis a fair second favourite. He's going to secure a decent run of middle part, more favourable defence. Third is Generally Racing, outside of Peter, one away 6 for Dale.
Yes, God! Boom! Boom, boom. Twelve, 1, 9, and 3. The previous one. Right, so this is the fifth one. And if we look at the odds, that's 12, 1, 9, and, 5. We'll have to take down the odds. We did not take down the odds. 5. We took a look at the odds. 4, 1, 15, and 3. So this is the fifth one. If we look through the odds, it's 4, 1, 15, and 3, right? That's 4, 1, 15, and then 3. If we look through the rails, we get that 14 on top. And the 14 is the linear, okay? That's a 4-figure linear. And 15 is running after 38 weeks. So I don't know what that will do, but it is running after 38 weeks, 15. 4 is the lowest exposure. And the thing is also good. The spent is also good. Then it is this one. Which is there, which is the second linear. But this thing can very much go to 14 as well. But that's the high spell. The advantage is there with 14. It has the rails, is in a very good hands. The 4 is a neutral. If you look at the pressure versus what they are, then this thing is no match. It'll go through. The 4 should not be a problem. The 1 is also good. The 3 is the one which is basically is a bad fit here, because that thing is running after That no, 3 is running after 2 weeks. So the 3 is also good. The one which is a misfit is this one. The one which is a misfit is number 15, that is running after 38 weeks. So rest everything is good here. Now the possibilities that might happen. So obviously this pressure is beautiful on 4. It has one of the lowest exposures, all right? Those are negatives. Then here it is the lowest exposure. Then comes 2, which is this one, which is a 40, but in a very good hand. And then it is down here with these guys, right? So brings us to 16 is also here, 85 or 10. So the 10 is with a lot of group 1 races, and it actually has you know, it actually won a group 1 race. That's an EW. That's one of the highest potential that we can see. Where does it stand? 10 is here, 85. This thing doesn't need the rails. They are like that. This is where the problem is. The moment we have a good horse, then we have a bad management. So what is 10 now? 5th, 28 weeks ago. So forget about that. 4 is good. I think 4 is good. 4 is good. Whether the 1 will get in or the 14 will get in, that's debatable. That will take a lot of time. Both of them are quite capable of going into. This is the second one, which is we have least amount of exposure. The spent is also low on this. 2 is what? 8th, 14 weeks, 3 weeks ago. From here only. So that's a 40. Let's not even talk about this. But those are bad. This is not great as well, but we have other advantages on this horse. I mean, it's difficult to take chances with these guys here because that's they're bleeding. They're financially bleeding. These guys are, so not good. Out of these two, one of them will get in. One of them will get in. 14 has the pressure. The thing is there. It is the linear. But it is a 4-figure linear. It is bound to lose, but it is also there in the race. It'll get somewhere. It is also there in the race. It is not that it is not there. It is there. The 14 is probably there in some permutation combination. But here we are talking about this one, which is a 44. It's a neutral. The pressure is less than these two, and there is section speed plus the midsection on this horse is huge. So the advantage will work on this, and the kind of okay, good, not bad. And then there are plenty of this thing. The 15 is favorite because of the jockey. I think that is what the thing is. And I mean, in the top odds, I think that is what the reason is. But it is running after like 38 weeks. What are we expecting out of this? I don't know. this other one which is here, which is the outer drift. But they kind of, I mean, I don't know how to take a call on these guys. This is like 60% bleeding, man. How will I even think of putting anything on these guys? So that's out of question. This is still okay. This is still okay. 43%. We're still struggling. 1 and 14 probably will get him. The 3 is the largest outer drift. And this is where they often fail. The moment they are up here, they kind of fail miserably. So I don't know what that thing will do. But the 4 is good. I'm going to go with 4, I think. That's all. This is okay. This is okay. We'll get one of these guys in a queen, I think. So that's 1. That's the lowest exposure on this horse. And that's okay, fair enough thing. If we look at the spent on these two, then 14 has the advantage. But 14 has advantage from all angle. The 1 is there, but 1 lacks this side of the rails, which is a problem. One lacks this side of the rails, then this is here. 14, 124, 126, 35, 36. It's a 52. Here, everything is good. 14 is running after 2 weeks. Last time it came in 8th, but before that it came in 2nd. So it is not that it is a bad horse. It is a good one. It is, the 14 is there. The 14 is there. The safest one is probably 4. The odds are right.
Best 2 runs in. Find the speeds in both most sizes, though. That's the key question. Do we give him the sort of good track? That might be a big factor. He really loves to get his toe in the stable early, and he'll appreciate this position. So, third up to 1200, wet track, all of a sudden, we've got to go later.
And he has been trending in the right direction, all preparation. So I do think he came back a little bit bigger and stronger and carrying a bit more condition than what we've seen of him from last prep, and that just comes with maturity. But he's toned up nicely here. He's going to need a good ride to go to that wide weight.
Brings one leg down, particularly Mark Luke Cartwright. And wide draw for this gallop this afternoon was 4. I've given this other thing on the big side last 4, but more than by itself. We've seen that already. Getting about 2.5. And so 60 kilos. So 60 kilos after. So looking at these little
He's a horse that I've found on top a number of times. His preparation is really good with the individual, and he's been beautifully maintained between his run as well.
Our race for this afternoon tend to be with the gallop zone, but North after car, he was a equally impressive win for the eye for someone. It's at that round, and so one last sort of performance. 1200. They're probably happy to run the ride once again.
It's
got a break for these two feet in there because they're all together carrying and expect to be playing all of the muscles over his whole body in good shape.
Bob Dio for the Andrews team, Hunter Easley in the saddle. This guy's real wide too.
But for a change, we have the commentary. It's been a long time we've heard commentary on track.
The actionable hero is really introduced Gando Solomon stable at Ballarat. Previously played a good name Solomon dinner over there. And really has got stuff in that part of Australian health and they're not running on full fat. So I'm not sure about the wet set in that 26 I'm having out of it.
Yeah, what is the pretty tough sort of a race here? I think the saddle's up looking well here to start for the coaching a good order, especially considering started with the Ballarat. So there's probably others that's got a better
Eight starts though for Solomon Wild. Second, he's like some stars to get back to that horse. But that's a good one. That's good. Late one there for this stuff. 9 is Eugenius for Shane Nichols. Jordan Weatherly in the saddle. He would need to significantly improve from the synthetic run. Yeah, I like to have that. Would absolutely nothing. But look, the magnet is generally not better. But I think if you're doing the benefit of the doubt, I think that's the better. I don't want to be like doing it.
You have to take on time from it to the point of step out, but stuff on curve, even though those yeah, the horse comes up really well, so it's got a good order. If you like what you've seen previously, I can't.
Going to be first up starting it's first up next horse. Yep, play 29 and always better with the run. Probably better over if a practice better. I know that's one form in the game. I think better race is probably better for the but that's what we're following.
But you're trying to say that that's not particularly a fair way to go to teach fitness and you see that there's a good space there and there's sort of the inside of our barrel horse in that week, so that gives the best of the way.
He's on from Logan. He's there about a couple of months. Both on good ground. It's clearly hasn't faced one, but he's got good form on the top track. So we've got further for himself. I don't think they're much of a chance. That's the range.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, the favourite, the front who was very impressive at the Mornington last start, but that was on a heavy 9, so I don't think Connection going to train too well.
Now this has become like heavy 8. God save.
The Bergerac, who coming off last win at Sale, that was over the 1100 metres. 4 goes on rain affected for 3 wins in a minor placing. And Jarrett's the interesting runner who had runs Furnace and also Sligo in Ireland with wins in a maiden over 1600 metres. He may be looking for longer, but they have kept it safe at around about the $7 mark. But the favourite is Lafranco. I like it myself for the fourth because they hit out of anything, John. That rain has just lightened up a little bit, but it still continues. We race on a heavy 8 if you just joined the broadcast. The late scratches in this race. It was 8 and 12.
I like the jump out.
No, the low clouds cover all day. And in fact, we haven't had a period of no rain at all since I got here around about 11 a.m. So it's just a dreary winter's day from wherever you are, in the car, the heater pounding, or at home. Rug up and enjoy the broadcast. Indeed.
Like the way that he started off around the start there, he's coaching really good sense for the primary nose quite well like that, but it's sort of things we sort of ask.
16 to Dubai, who gets back to the 1200 metres, which is just history proven. It is, it's got a fantastic overall record. I'm not sure it's really well finished.
as well. Hopefully to get to
All right, Punchy, that's the mountain yard for race number 5. The first leg of the quadrilla. Winfrey Wednesday afternoon. Lapata. Candidate Skeletor on top. I am improving on Handicapping as well. There's the other one that I think we have to respect. But I'm tired to do it, but in the late stage before I'm out of this event. But I think one that I throw it on.
well in the yard today. I thought he might have even just matured a little bit from last preparation if this physique all over. He's come back a winner. Hopefully he could put another one on the board. Not sure if he's going to go into these proper, really conditions. We know he likes it soft enough, but hopefully he can get through it. I thought he looked really well. Other than that, I found it a pretty even sort of a race again.
Arriving at the gates, race 5 in 3 minutes.
Lewis won.
As always, so let's start with
Has been racing good, but he's also been frustrating at the same time. Got a win up in Sydney, which is really good with six coming down here. Yeah, he's been consistent with our win. So we tried him at 1300 last start, and he just doesn't have the stamina to run over that trip. So we brought him back to the 12. He has had form on these conditions. He won his maiden at Garibaldi, I believe, on soft, heavy conditions there. So hopefully Lukey can Aussie up midfield and then some rattling home on the outside.
the way the track's ended up today is probably not a bad thing with him having that extra fitness and dropping back in distance today to combat these very heavy contested conditions.
Yeah, that's right. I was worried about pulling out Jared because it's his first up run. We don't want to go the dump past the first up. But Orlando, yeah, he's race fit. And,
No, it's become heavy 8 and they're not handicapped for a heavy ground. They're not handicapped for a heavy ground.
So he's fairly unexposed over there. I think 12
This only happens at Doom Bend. That's why I like that track. They kind of are very much aware of the weather and they do the right handicapping on the horses. This thing now is going to be dicey. This is anyway dicey. We are racing on a heavy 8 and they're not handicapped for a heavy 8. They're handicapped for a good ground.
Nation state going into the gates with also
There's hardly anything that we can see.
16 to 14 on official price.
At 4.
Moving in.
unveiled a real jet. So that's the case. It's a nice little small second one.
Getting set. Terrific, boys, getting set well here for this first leg of the quarters over Brackout. So this the action not going to pose a problem after being on the best as the morning to last time. The only thing is to race a bit flat. Second, that's a little question mark. It's lovely horse. Now the Brackout goes in. Genius is about to go forwards. Little nibble for Genius. 18 to 14 on the BOP. Spoonhaven waits its turn. The Bergerac is about to come along. Who's a real wet tracker. Dio is also about to come forward. So the first leg of quarters here today, starting on a heavy 8 quarters. Dio goes in and Spoonhaven is the final one. Spoonhaven forwards, down grade, completes it. set at 1200. When he had away, and Jared missed the kick on the inside by a length, and Moonhaven's going back to the end with Comic Hero. Free to Move Nation State jump away well. With also Dio de Bergerac from the deep, and Eugenius is also forcing up. Jack Ivy next on the rails. They're all led by Jewel Bay, the front half, the back half, and about 3 and 4 deep. And then came Jared Willenda, Comic Hero, and Moonhaven at the end of the field. 750 to go. Sweeping over to lead Dio by a length and a quarter, Eugenius, and then Nation State third, and then came to Bergerac. Jack Ivy fifth on the rails, and next is Jewel Bay, free to move.
Bad state, man. The track is in a very bad state.
Three lengths will end it well back in the field is Jared Moonhaven and also Comic Hero. So it's Eugenius early in the straight in front of Dio. Nation State back to the inside. 2 lengths for Fraccar, who's winding up, and then came to Bergerac. Eugenius, 200 metres to go. About a length and a quarter of Fraccar, who's starting to pound over the top. La Fraccar goes under hands and heels with the ears spring, takes Eugenius.
9.
And going to come away for an impressive display in the wet. La Fraccar bolted in, Eugenius second to Bergerac third.
4,
Then came Moonhaven
9.
Melinda. Next to finish, Jack Ivy, free to move, Jewel Bay.
Boom, boom.
In company then with Nation State and Comic Hero.
4, 9.
Logan Bates at 260 and $1.04 is trotted home here. And that's been an impressive display. But back in the field, it was always a little wide, but as we've seen over the last couple of races with it chopping out on the fence, that's not going to be a problem. But it's come to the race with a sustained bid and had them on toast, hands and heels, big lump of horse La Fraccar has come away and has trotted in. La Fraccar first, number 4 from Eugenius, who gave the favourite something to chase. Ridden by Jordan Minnelly for Shane Nichols and de Bergerac, who races very well on the wet, to Tom Preble for Graham Beck. 4-9-1 to race number 5. Fourth goes to number 2, Moonhaven. Fifth to number 3, Willenda. They've clocked 1:13.72. 4, 9, 1 and 2. 4, 9, 1 and 2. The big price of Michael Kent Jr. The Fraccar.
4, 9, 1 and 2. So the 4 was like that. It went through. Then came in the 9 from gate number 11. That just came in. It had advantage. But these are very tricky. Why? Because that's one of the worst spell horses that came in. How did that happen is a question. 4, 9, 4, 9. One, the problem was it did not have this side of the rails, right? That was the problem. 4 was good. 9, I have to run this thing through the program, but it looks like it's one of the highest advantages. But in that case, the 5 should have gotten in. The 5 did not get in. That 9 got in from somewhere. It's probably a mudder. That's what it is. It runs on mud. 6, 6, 8, 15. 6, 8, 15, 17, 18, 19. That's all that we know. 4, 16, 9, and 2.
Now the answer right behind the gates for the trace later. If the sun walks, like 6 illegal farmers, then he moves in. So in the spectrum. So, I said, if the sun began only fairly in the favourable second last affair for Fundo, is ready to strike in fourth. November Sun is just behind Facundo. Heavily impact onto the outside to try and make an impact. And then came Fire Force, but Estrondo has got something like a lead. ZQ, Facundo was trying hard on the outside. November Sun not doing anything. Estrondo on the outside, ZQ. Facundo's knuckling down hard now. Here he comes. Up goes Facundo. Gets the upper hand. Enters clear. Has a double for Schweder. Facundo beats ZQ around the cheeky race. Estrondo in third. Fourth either Heavily Impact or Fire Force. November Sun was a disappointment and a Lucy Run. Weekend to run last. Facundo the winner. A little while to get to this clears, but stopping one.
Right, this is the sixth one here at Sandown. If we look at the odds, it's 4, 16, 9, and 2. That 4 is the favorite. If we look through the rails, we get 4, 2, 4, 16, and 9 through the rails on the top. But here it is a little stretched. Okay, 9, 10, and 1, they almost have the same advantage. That's there. But the thing is, the 4 is the linear, which is a 347, which is a less than 350. The pressure is huge on this. The other things which are there with the less is this one, which is the largest outer. So that 11 is a check. It probably not in a position to win, but it looks like that's the other one, which is so far this one went through, right, with the smallest, and then some other stuff happened. Here also the smallest one went through. The 13 was running after a long time, so that was not possible. The 12 went through. That was okay. Here it is this one here. The other one is 12, which is here. Let's take a look at what 12 is. 12, 12, 12, 12. 9th and 11th is 6, 30 weeks ago. 30 weeks ago. So probably it's not, I mean, it's a horse which is supposed to get a place. It is not supposed to win. But that's more or less what we have. This one is here. The rail is with the 2, which is here 14, and then this is 13. So 2, if we look at 10th, 3 weeks ago, and 11 is 6, 30 weeks ago. So it is not that the 11 doesn't have support. It has, because the 2 has the rails. They are tailing each other. The 16, I don't know what that will do. It is one of the largest, and that's that. But you know where it becomes a little tricky. I mean, I'm going to go with 347. Up till I know that up till 2,000 meters there's no problem. Up till 2,000 meters. The linears, they don't have a problem. But this one is a 2,400 meter. And the spent on this horse is the highest, probably. Yes. So that is that. And it is the highest pressure. And then the 14 comes here, which is like that. Man. Well, that's a pinch of salt that we have to accept, that it is a little salty, but that's the best that can happen. It's a linear. I don't see a reason for the linear to lose unless it runs out of gas, which we are getting that it might. And if that happens, then what happens? If that happens, then what happens if it runs out of gas? In that case, the 7, what is the 7? First 18 weeks ago. Because 2,400 meters, the rails will not matter. It has the physics. It has the physics, but that's an added advantage. But with that comes the baggage of this, which is like I'm going to go out of gas. That's what it says, but six 14 is 8 morph. I don't see that happening, but if that happens, that'll be very bad. Let's see where we are standing. Man, that 14 is 137. It's a BB with one of the highest advantage that's there, but I don't think it'll play like that. I don't think it'll play like that. If it plays like that, it'll be very sad. This thing has tried its luck in 7 league races, but it did not happen. So it's not that this thing has been very successful in its life, but that's a threat. That is what that's a problem that we have. The other thing is this 9 that we have, which is also within the rails. So yeah, fish, man. 129, 37, 49, 65. Should work unless it goes out of gas. Unless it goes out of gas, it should work. It's a linear. Why a linear shouldn't work? The only chance is that the tried and tested distance on linears is 2000 meters. Up till 2000 meters, blindfoldedly, if the linear is good, it's between 250 to 350. Within the rails, you can't beat a linear on a 2000 meter. That's hands down. 2400 meter is a bit of a stretch. And that's where the pressure comes in. And if that happens, it'll be very sad. $79. $43, it will not work. 7, 6, 31, 10. 87, 152, 7. Warwick Farm. Every race is a is a is a drama, man. There's no race without a drama. So the four, the jockey pressure is on the top, and the horse pressure is also on the top.
So
Look at
race
the
number
four.
6,
The top, the jockey pressure is also the top.
is a benchmark 74. We are
The
on
linear,
a heavy
huge
surface.
pressure on this. If this thing get burnt out,
About to run the Thoroughbred Club Australian Handicap. I'm on it right, so
man, it's a grey.
let's kick things off. Well, what a perfect way to start. We'll go straight to the top selection in one of the better.
Please
bets on the
don't
program.
go out of gas today, please.
Progressive style. So there's a horse that has been open exposed to wet tracks, but wide should be an issue. He's one on a soft track. He didn't figure on a heavy, but that was earlier on. But he's a nice prospect going forward. I thought there was some merit to his last run when he made that early move. And hopefully he can go one better today.
He's a really lovely horse. He's very easy to like around the yard. One, because he's trained exceptionally well and turned out in good order, and two, he's just a good looking horse. He's been racing very consistently with stable.
Interesting runner, Galileus, who switches back from the Freedman's Randwick stable. What did you make of that last start there? Punch on face, though, probably a bit disappointing, although he didn't have the best of luck. They got a bit of interference at the key stage, but look, I like his run at call for a prior. I mean, he was beaten by Finau, he was flying at the time, and he's a horse mile and a half, fell on two. Interestingly,
It's very good, Gavin. The greys are fabulous, but here is the flip side. The greys are the Rolls Royces, right? They kind of they need everything perfect.
Well, it's interesting because he's going in a mile and a half.
They need a good ground. They need a 400 meter, and especially they need a distance which is not like 1100 meters, 1200 meters. Anything above 1300 meters up till maybe 2000 meters, I've seen grades performing fabulous, but they also need the condition that it has to be a good ground. They're kind of the Rolls Royces. They're not like the Hummers. They can't run on mud. they have problems with mud. They have problems with anything apart from a good ground. They're very good when it is good ground. A distance between 1400, 1300 meters to 2000 meters, 2100 meters. They're fabulous. But they're like the Rolls Royce. They need to be treated rightly. They're not like the Jeep Rubicon that'll go on off-roading, and that'll not happen. That's a difficult proposition. If that, I mean, it's a 347. I have no other choice but to go with it if I have to. But there's a big but in this. Will it happen with the 4?
We haven't seen this guy since he ran 6th in the Jericho over the 4600 metres. And you don't mind that a while ago. But look, as far as ground concerned, it won't be an issue. He can stay all day. It's probably pick up one there, but he'll be very down. The conditions probably help him.
He's a very fit looking horse. He's has had the benefit of having some medal trials, so you can never underestimate that sort of fitness for horses coming into races, especially understanding the first out. But I agree with you, very good.
Privileged son, how can we turn this galloper's form around to get him back to somewhere near his best? Well, he probably wasn't at
The 9.
last time. That's
The 9 is good, definitely. The 9 is the EW. But that EW, so this is 9. It's a 6-year-old mare over 2,400 meters. That's
13 is Holland.
difficult. The one which is in question here is that 11, definitely. The jockey seems to be under a lot of pressure. That's that. The other one is here, which is the 14. Which is the 14. I don't think that 14 is going to put a threat, but you know,
He's the first up winner, but never won beyond.
this would have been a short shot if the ground was good. The ground is heavy. That's a gray. There's a lot of, burnout on this horse. So there are things that are
16 is real like it, but Greg Durrell and Ryan Houston are good on Lakeside Labyrinth.
no. They kind of, they're not in a position to win. I don't think so. 14 is not in a position to win. It is either
Yes, you can. Handler Peter Moore does bring well.
She looks excellent too. So I can't
when it looks like this, I get very nervous. I don't know. I can kind of go speechless because I want to go with the 4, but I know there is a problem. There is an issue. There is a huge burnout on that 4. Plus, it is a gray on a heavy ground. 9 is the new favorite.
right. She has taken a number of runs to reach the
Maybe 9. I don't know. 9. The one which can actually do a lot of damage. The one actually can do a lot of damage to this is
Dark conditions prevail here, and the rain continues to fall on this heavy up.
we will be able to figure out once the races are over.
Equal favourites Bluestone and also JKN on
10.
VIP. Bluestone, Luke Cartwright looking for a double. Punters last 2 after winning 3 on the bounce. He's a
Yeah, 10 is a possibility.
particularly at this time of year. Bluestone, he's doing a good job. Equal favourite with JKN, who comes
10 is a
last
possibility.
behind Jennifer Moose, with Bluestone finished second. Jennifer Moose heading to the finals on Saturday. So they fight out favourites. There's a JKN, a winner of 4 on rain affected. Bluestone's had 2 cracks at it.
I think
Victory.
it's best not to get into this. I mean, we have a very clean shot on the 4, but there are circumstances which can actually work very differently. And rest everything is very blurry. I can't make out where and what. But if it there's the either it will win and it will win by lengths, or it will lose miserably.
and we were like the point has been she needs to get through the finish as well. We wouldn't surprise to see her
Either it'll
come on
win
today.
or it will lose miserably.
Also going for shadow will like a perfect sun. So Galileans blue stone of
Yeah, go low. I mean, I see. I don't want to step out, and I don't want to do that. But I don't have the courage to go with this. You know, it's not that I don't want to play. I want to play, but looking at what is going on, it's a heavy 9, heavy 10. It's a gray, and
also Bluestone finding out favoritism. Bluestone at 420 current neutral, JKN 450.
I mean, contradictions everywhere. It's a 347. It is one of the best horses. Okay, it's a gray. That's beautiful. But the contradiction is this, that it is under. It's got a huge burnout, and secondly, the weather is like this, that the track is heavy 9. So the entire combination of all that makes it a hodgepodge. It's a chance, it's a possibility that it'll win, but that possibility is not very thick. It is not a very bold straight line. It's a slippery slope. It is a slippery slope. Anyway, that's the 4. It's a linear. I'll just be out and watch, and I will go and come back in a jiffy from the washroom.
Oh, good. Yeah, a couple of times you yourself cut on the back, get a performance first up today. That would be one.
So at the stalls for the Thoroughbred Club of Australia Handicap over the 2,400 metres, moving into the stalls. Lovely Victor is the first one along. Privilege Summits a little 20 to 15 back to 16 on official price. They're coming along, getting set. John Sager is about to join them.
All right, let's think about a hill pitch. Call for races number 6.
Yes, testing conditions for these the heavy rain getting heavier. All right, with this 6th event, it's difficult to tell with TV monitors with the lights projected into our cameras, but I don't think I've been to a racetrack that's been darker before 3 o'clock ever. It's pretty it's a typical, real deep Melbourne winter day. JK is the favourite on Paramutual at $4. At 460 kind of a core launch today. As they continue to load away, roaring engine standing very quietly next to them. Still Lincoln. Bluestone is about to come along. The other lane is about to join JK. The Patrick Michelle playing with a strong hand, really even sporting the yellow extinguishing cap. So Bluestone going up a little early, and that will lead Gazette. Right to the 6 on the program. Golden will say on a toes, he's barely in a 3, Gazette to take the outside. And the field is set. 2400 on the left side, gets it back on the way. And from there, number 6, JK, one of the better ones away with Lavish Thing, the Golden Crusader, and Alania isn't too far away. Then a wall of horses in the middle of the pack, Romans Black with also Southern Stock Roaring Engines improving deeper. Bluestone next, and they were followed by Matthew and Privilege Son and Galileo's Real Light at second last, and Mr. Lincoln. Just ridden along early to stay in touch in the gloom. They come past the winning post with a lap of Lakeside to go. The leader is Golden Crusader off the rails from Hollandia, then Roaring Engine, 2 lengths Lavish Thinker as they run by the 1,800 metres. Further back is JK and went off the rails. A length and a half to Roman's Luck, who's a little on the steel from Bluestone. Then came Southern Stock. Further back is Matthew, against the privileged son. Galileo's covering extra ground. Real lighter in between horses, second last, Mr. Lincoln. With them in as they head towards the back of the course now. So with about 1,400 to go, Golden Crusader now joined by Roman's Luck in the lead. And they're length and 3/4 Hollandia with Roaring Engine, fourth one off the fence as Roman's Luck, who was pulling early. They're just going to move up on the outside and test Golden Crusader as they run down the back section. So with 1,200 metres to go, it's Roman's Luck roaring a length in front of Golden Crusader, who's going to let Roman's Luck go. Hollandia third, the fence down, and then Roaring Engine. So a bit of pace into it, about 2.5 lengths away to Lavish Thinker next to them on the inside. And they were followed by JK Alex and a quarter. Galileo's 3 deep between horses Bluestone. Further back is Southern Stock, who's picking up round the rails. 2 lengths Matthew Privilege, Sunreal Liker, and Mr. Lincoln at the end of the field, and I wouldn't want to pay the dry bleeding bills. Off the back section, 700 to go. Hollandia and also Roman's Luck together. Then came Golden Crusader. Galileo started to come into it with JK, and here's a run from Matthew. 4 and 5 deep starting to loop them, followed by Bluestone, Lavish Thinker going backwards, passed by Privilege, Son, and then Real Liker. Up around the home corner, 4:25 to go. And
bad state this is.
Coming through.
Run. Where is 4?
Luck at the 250, joined again by Golden Crusader, Galileo. Matthew and Bluestone still rallies. Galileo's at the 150, a length in front. It's Galileo's from Matthew and then Bluestone. Galileo's punched out. Galileo's is going to kick clear in the blue, and Galileo's wins it. Galileo's a solid staying win. 3/4 of a length Bluestone. Then Matthew. Then Gavin the field, Golden Crusader and JK fighting out 4 for Rose.
4, you had coffee, right?
You
got the coffee.
In came Southern Stock, a long gap for Hollandia as they walk through the line. Lavish Thinker, Roaring Engine,
Yeah.
and the last to finish, Mr. Lincoln.
5.
Galileo's the winner. Number 5, Declan Bates at $22.80 and $5.20. Down the track on a heavy track last start, 5 runs on rain affected before today.
So these are like the horses which are champions in running on rain affected stuff.
Done the business here on a real heavy track today. Galileo's never wanted 13 out of 21, never considered. But at 22.80 and 5.20 has been Bluestone second, number 4. Written by Luke Cartwright for Mick Kent and Matthew in third. Jake Noonan for Patrick and Michelle Payne, 2 wet trackers. 5, 4 and 2 and 4, number 1. Golden Crusader. 5, 4, 2 and 1. Fifth goes to number 9. Jake.
5, 4, 2 and 1. So what happened is that 5 won, okay? Now let's see, open up. You not have all that. No. it is not showing that it responds to caning. So this is the caning report, all right? This is how the horses generally respond to whip. That is where they respond to whip. It looks like it doesn't respond, but today it did. That 5. Was a 47. Definitely had the it definitely had the physics with it. It definitely had the physics with it. And here was 5. It was right after this guy, right? 4, 5. That's the highest. They get into trouble. The problem is these horses will get into trouble. The graze, the moment it is muddy and not the best circumstances. Huge scratchings from 7th. This is 7. 2, 5, 6. Two, 5, 6. 7, 11, 12. 14, 16. 14, 16, 19, 20. Okay.
Well, it's back there, well, the white or tigers, it's the box seat, right every chance big race. Led the fence and build the road neck back and the outside. Around 5-3, the big East choice in clear air in 5th. One away, bolt trade to the volcanic club. Outside of the 2S, the tail end there, spot the lead around 5 to 6 metre start. Coming up to the turn now with 500.
15, 10, 8, and 4.
Travelled well. Leads one lady more down by 3/4. Wild Tiger was next to Stokely come off the bid.
15, 10, 8, and 4.
The rest was struggling, but Gibby Eagles leads. And Wardell sticking on carefully on the outside. Wild Tiger trying hard, but not making any impact at this point. It's between Gibby Eagles and Lady Wardell. Then Wild Tiger and Fitness Choice, who was blocked for a run, but Gibby Eagles going strongly. And James sent Gibby Eagles to the line. Then Lady Wardell, Wild Tiger, and Fitness Choice to have their chance. They're building right at the QS. They'll make Bolt Trade and Volcanic Love. Up towards the night.
All right, this is the seventh one here at Sandown. If you look at the odds, it's 15, 10, 8, and 4. 15 is the favorite. The linear is the 10, which is here. It's very difficult for this thing to go up and do the damage. So this is not the problem. The problem is these two, which are there. Okay. So the 15 is at 26. Okay. That's 29.17. That's about 11%. Or 12% probably. Hold on. 12% here. And here it is more than 26. We can see another 5 is about 31%. So this one definitely has the advantage. It is there. The 4 is there. It is the EW. That's the highest advantage as of now. We can see that's that. Now I think the 8 is also there. That's the lowest. Is like that. The 10 is huge burnout. I don't know what that will do. The 1 is from gate number 17. That's way too far, and plus it is not up to the mark. The other things that can happen is this one, which is here. Now a lot of guys have gotten so this is the second, this becomes the second linear now, right? This is the third. Now that is because of the scratching. So this guy is here 89, 72, 72. This is burning out. This is not 9. So that 18 is a check. That 18 can get in. The 18 can get in. So lowest and highest here 1847. That's
the mag. Now about to move in is a sure bet, and also.
so this one is a 4-figure. I mean, even if we think of it as a linear, it is a linear, but it is like a 4-figure. 4-figure is like, it is welcoming the entire world to come and give me trouble. It is asking for that. So where can the trouble come from? The trouble can come from 18 and 4. The trouble can come from these two guys. As of now, that's what it looks like. If we look at 4 on RaceNet, tenth, 4 was 10th 2 weeks ago. 15 was second. 10 was first. 8 was 10th. What was 18? 18 was 10th too. So this thing was second. But that's all performance. Performance is not if performance was the key to win races, then we wouldn't have all this. Performance is not that. That 18 is capable. The 18 is capable of knocking it out. Very much capable of knocking it out. It's a 1400 meter. Will that happen is the question. That's the highest advantage. This jockey. And this is all because of the scratching which is there. And if they have changed the jocks and all that, then it's all the way more difficult to understand. 15, 9. But that's a drift. If this thing is and this thing fighting, then this will win. That's the largest. The largest drift is here, which is 17. What has 17 done? Everybody has come 10th 2 weeks ago. Everybody has come 10th. The 15 only and the 10 only are the first and second, and rest everything is a question of how things have been placed. 5-year-old mare, 14. This is 577. This is 559. That's 529. 577. 49. This is 47. This is the linear jockey, all right? Out of all that has been scratched, 4 has the linear jockey. So this guy is good. I mean, out of all the ones that we have, this guy is good. I'm going to go with a 4. 4 is where standing. 4 is the 4th on the odds. I'm going to go with an EW on 4. That's all that I'm going to go with. It doesn't look nice at this point of time. If the 4 doesn't get tailed. If the 4 doesn't get tailed, then I'm going to go with an EW on 4 probably. That's the max that I can go. There's no clarity. They're forcing that 15. The 15 has become second. But it is handicapped in such a way that even a cow can beat this. If there was a cow in that track running today, that cow can beat that 15 with determination. I don't like it actually. This is bad. I mean, we are racing after 3 days. I thought it is going to be nice and good. Look at the weather. Look at the ground. It's become heavy and now things are all dicey. That would have been a clean shot. That the previous one, that 4 would have been a clean shot if this was a good ground. But no, that is not happening. That 5 came from nowhere and knocked it out.
couple of times throughout his preparation and given him a good push. The team have got a good sensation. It looks great again here. As we touched on, I'm not sure how it's going to be in these very conditions, but it looks awesome.
Prevailed a runner hutch for Bradley Miller and Market Levi Kavanagh to come more into calculations now. The track conditions are the way they are. They were with the field down, the one to the left of most of the horses that have gone through the ground or sort of been out of form and have got the patch of form on wet tracks that they go well on. So they may well have an opportunity which they probably didn't concede earlier in the day. But look, this is a gallop that has been pretty good form overall. Will roll forward as well.
He looked really well here again. I only saw him race free at Sandown here at his most recent start. He looked lovely and fit. He's got a good bit of purpose about the way that he's been riding here.
Ted has been fitted. We had a terrific preparation last time. He's this afternoon, straight before they go to bed. He won a corporate job about quite well. Yeah, he did win it well, and like we said, his fresh form's good. Like I said, the white barrier is probably now on the side. It's coming in, but he's still going to be on the best ground, I think, out there, and it's awesome. Great and small fresh, and he's been very good on soft tracks, so I think he gets really good.
He looks fantastic. I think it's a really good return from this horse here today. I do think he's strengthened up a little bit from last preparation. He's always had a little bit frame about him, but I do think he's probably going to race just that a little bit heavier this time out.
So 1400
Layers having his third run for the preparation, and he's now getting out to 1400 metres. Yeah, that was interesting from that perspective. I think it's probably also potentially go up, but not proven. So that's something to consider. Good start. I haven't been an excuse when covering ground last start, but it's another one. It's not an easy one to read. It's sort of one that popped up a little bit on recent.
And I was the tail end of last preparation. The team was having a few little issues with him and trying to get him right. We know that his best is absolutely long enough. You're very good order today. That's pretty early on in this track.
Vale Mountains is the next horse to have a look at. The Bengal Jacket today. Then Stackhouse Sale, good record of 14 punch meters. He was probably just a bit slow away last up. Well, crossed him. I think he did cross him. He was off further back than expected. I think he got far back here. I'm not sure about him on heavy ground. I think he was a bit of that. Like that about $8. And for various reasons, little down. He was momentarily failed back down now. Not sure about the contract.
He looks exactly the same as Theme in this last here at Sandown. He's been in good order. His horse is very decent for preparation now. His fitness is low. He's probably the best track.
Second, David Newton's runners. Broken hill.
Yes, it is absolutely bleak here, and you can always tell by the big screen how bright it is. It's pretty dark here, and we've still got another 40-odd minutes to go for the last race. I noticed in the previous race, the staying race, one of the jockeys moving their goggles and wiping their faces down the back straight. It's pretty testing out there for horse and rider, and the track doing a magnificent job considering that rain has not stopped all day. There's not been one bit of respite the entire afternoon. Glenn Finnan, well, it loves it. It's like a duck. He loves it. He's had 4 goes in the wet for 2 wins and a minor placing. One on a soft 6 last start at Cranbourne. Has Luke Cartwright. Interestingly, it's no problem to sit off the rails this afternoon. It's obviously chopping out on the fence. A good track. Hasn't seen a bog heavy for a while, but it has had 3 goes on rate affected for a minute of placing. The informed Dan Stackhouse is in the saddle. Flying. That's a heavy 9 now as well. So it's 10 the favourite ahead of 15 as they head off to the start in the lead for race 7.
Once again, it is pretty tough out here in the yard. Glenn Finnan on top for me from here. Thought he presented really well. He's pretty forward in condition, this horse, for this assignment.
It's a bad one.
I don't know how he's going to handle these heavy track conditions, but I thought the horse was presented in fantastic order. I do feel like we'll do it a little bit from last preparation to this preparation, and he's done it up.
And it's constantly raining. Constantly it's raining.
The way he's turned out, as he's flying, he looks
Out,
great.
man. There's no clear go on this. Again, one of the mudders will come up from somewhere and do the destruction.
to have come back in just as good a nick as he was racing in last preparation, because he won 2 races. One of them was in town, he won a Cranbourne again before being tipped out for a break. He was very competitive in some other decent races when he wasn't winning. So considering his assistant, bailed out next to the leader.
At the stalls,
was a little bit easier.
Glen Finnan, $3.70 in from $4.80 on VOP. Vale Mountain, $3.30 out to $4.40. And then the next elected $5.50 Flying Mickey in 2 points at the start.
Yeah, about it between those two. This testing and sort of, we sort of registered that like the horse sort of finish off between quote and something that I find out about right front of the race, but got to have it. It's also got to be in the right spot, depending on how they run and get all these factors. But it's wet weather racing, it's a good opportunity for the wet trackers to get an opportunity and just through the day, but it doesn't make them there on the dreadful way.
Absolutely not. When you see Galileus in the previous race, when Fields come in like 15 or 17 or something crazy like that, the team's hopes probably would have been a little bit crushed with that at first glance. And then all of a sudden you get a heap of rain a couple of days later on race day, and it's probably not such the worst place to be out wide trying to search for one. Even you can't underestimate the kickback in horses' faces too. Sometimes they just don't like it. I wouldn't like it either.
No.
I'd be a fair with a racehorse. I tell you, I would be no good.
On the ground, fast ground,
Yes, not too hot, not too cold, very Goldilocks thing, but no, I think tough conditions for all the horses out here today.
For you, all the perfect conditions. What about you? If you're right, the wet track, anybody who saw my fledgling Australian rules football career would say that these are not like. Would say that there are no such thing as like when you're dry on top of the ground. What about you? You'd like getting it under and a bit, slow it down, that brings it down to our level.
Coming on a great bar and it's that's my kind of competition right now.
Market-wise, but Minions come in for some good sports, good go, and the other one is also pretty well backed. They'll up for a spending brand as well down the bottom. So interesting race.
Moving to the stalls, Vale Mountain is the first one along, with also lower upon layer. Coming forward, Sandown, get it set.
Man, I'll be out.
Prevail is about to come forward. So good support here for Glen Finnan. Very much coming here for Glen Finnan.
I thought I'll go with the 4, but then if there is
Lastly, rain affected.
yes, we know rain affected.
2. If anything, that rain's got heavier before the start of this 7th race. A little late support for rain and a right thing. Opened up the
I don't know what will happen, Gavin.
Solutions bringing us race 7 at 1400. They're ready, set to go, they're racing, and a beautiful line 2. Towards the inside, Prevail is going to lead early from a broken hill and Handicapping line. He's going to
Lead 10.
with Moran. Then Vale Mountain Road, Rock and Lower upon layer, Glen Finnan and last Mondo. So it's Prevail leader by a neck and a heater at the 1100 metres. The stablemates behind then, a length and a half to Broken Hill third. And fourth is Flying Mickey, followed by Moran and Vale Mountain Road, Rock and Wire. Lower upon layer, third last from Glen Finnan and 2 lengths away to Mondo. Prevail, the front runners, they're about to run downhill. So just over 800 metres to go. The front runner is Prevail by 3/4 of a length to Handicapping. No followed by length and a half away, Broken Hill, Flying Mickey, Roadrunner on the outside, Sunday coming to it very early in the piece, followed by Moran and the next Vale Mountain, who's trying to track Road Rocket. Glen Finnan's on that line as well. Lower on those, second last is Blondo's at the back of the field. The entire field come to the middle of the course where Prevail at the 425 with a heater. Road Rocker under pressure on to the quarter of those. Then Flying Mickey, Vale Mountain and Glen Finnan from a long way back. So they reached the 250 at that heater, joined by Road Rocker. Vale Mountain on the outside is coming in. Prevail is still kicking. 100 metres to go. Vale Mountain moves up to Prevail. Road Rocker. Vale Mountain.
10, 10, 10, 10. No, that's 15.
From Flying Mickey prevailed, and also in that decision, Glenn Finnan. Then Anahita Road, Rockalaber upon Labour ran, and then a gap in the field of long last was Broken Hill. Vale Mountain, Dan Stackhouse at $5.20 and $2. With a double on the program, BP and also Tim Hayes will defeat Flying Mickey and then a head bomber for third. Vale Mountain, number 15, who was a little bit of a drifter, $3.30 out to $5 in the end. Second win from 4 attempts on the
15 was the favorite, bro. 15 was the favorite. 15.
Over on the far side. Joe Bowditch for David Noonan. The Noonan stable, the couple of runners in the race. And then it was a four-way go for third, where it'll be Prevail just ahead of Road Rocker, Anahita, and Glenn Finnan. We stand by for the judge to post those numbers. Vale Mountain, number 15, after being pretty consistent, it's been placed 2 of its last 3, a deserved victory. Win number 5 at start 18, and also 5 other placings. And it was Dan Stackhouse with a double scoring earlier on, Savannah Chill for Team Hayes in the first race on the program. The placings with a race time of 1:29.26, 15, 8, 9, and 3. 15, 8, 9, and 3. It's jockey Dan Stackhouse coming from New Zealand, would have ridden in these conditions. Plenty of time.
15, 8, 9, and 3.
He's back from the stable is now down with Tim. Thank you, Matthew.
So what happened is that 15 was in a good hand. It had the rails 15, then 8, 9, and 3. 8 came in. Eight, 9, and 3 were right here. So the 4 did not get through. That was a brilliant decision not to get in. The 15 was the one. The physics is a physics that is there, but that's way too much. I can't go with that. That's way too much to digest. 8, 4, 5, 7. Eight, 12, 16. 17. Okay. 13, 6, 9, and 3. Thirteen, 6, 9, and 3. Lee, 12 win. Eagle Farm.
Application, that was on it there. So that against the getting out later. Rock out love, she picks up the rough now. So that against the trying to go with that in. And so that against the going better, pulled away and won. And rock out love, Toto third for Hero of Patmos Island. And then Big Bearer, followed by Frank Smith, John. Well, the Irish versus have different like these are the season of fly applications. So that's your theory. Flywheel had a wide run but finished in the same. So that against her, and this is strong. Sort of up there about
Bad luck, Lee. Bad luck. Right. This is what the 8th one, this is the last one here. So that happened there, but here, this one is the linear, it's a 363. What on earth can go wrong on this guy? What on earth can go wrong on this guy? This is fabulous. They kind of in a very good hands. This is questionable. And we have that thing on 15, which is gate number 2. So that's the neutral. So the odds are like this: 13, 6, 9, and 3. 13, 6, 9, and then 3. But when we look through the rails, we get 13, 6, 15, and 9 here. So 13 is the linear that goes through the rails. It's like that. There should not be a problem. It's a 1600 meter. That's the highest burnout on this, but it's a 1600 meters, so that should not be a problem. And the burnout is also, so how this thing is getting calculated is basically on an average, each and every racing horse, if we calculate the lean meat and the lean meat and muscle and the fat is approximately about 7% on an average. The fat is about 7% on an average. So on the horses, so they have about 7% fat. Okay, this thing varies. If we are at Randwick or Flemington, this will go down to 6%, 5%. It will go down, and this thing is calculated on that. So a higher burnout means basically it is a heavier horse. So that's what it means, that it is a heavier horse. So that's how it's supposed to be. You have to have a heavy horse to do this on 400 meters. So that's 363, and it's the linear. There should not be a problem with this guy. The other one here is 60% bleeding. They kind of are very capable of doing the bad thing. This one is there. The 15 probably is there because of that. That's the lowest. Then we have the 11, which is here with the largest drift. They are a better hand, but this is a better spell. And that's good. 9 is there. 6, 74, 25. Anybody from up here is 10. That's the pressure that we are getting. Okay, 11, that is 15. 6 is bad. This is not great. But that's a very high spell. 55. Gate number 15. This is 11. This is 2. Gate number 2. 15. That is very wide, actually. That is very wide. Anyway, 13 is good. 13 is the linear. 13 is the linear. We're not getting a negative here, but that 15 is here. The 15 is good. This is high. This is 74. And 17, 12, 18, 20, 30. This 10 is a check. Probably will do nothing today, but that somehow is here. This is 60% bleeding. 15. All the jockeys are here. They are doing a difficult job, but the 13 is good. 13 should not fail. This one has a problem. This one is like that. This one doesn't need the rails, and we are very strong on this. The other one is this one with the pressure. This already has the
Good on you. Thanks for that. And the
physics on this guy.
to be loaded away.
So way too much going on. I think 13 should not be a problem unless it decides to. No, it's way muddy and I'm not going to race.
But the fast speed expected here, there's a couple that might want to go on with it.
12 got third. Fabulously.
So they continue to
Same jockey as
Renix have really found some form, but this is a bit tougher. Its recent performance
13 is good.
comes into the
In that department. Okay. Daughter of Sir Prancelot, how did she join your stable?
Yeah, got a phone call when Mr. Haight passed away, and she was so little that she didn't make any starts.
That's the tricky part.
Myself and Kim Bealey,
Gavin.
and said, "Come up and come boy," and picked her up off the farm. So had to wait a bit while for the price to come through, but it was where we wanted to be, and took her home.
What about today? He's such a fine rider, Lachlan Nydorf. Any instructions for him, or just let him go out and do his thing?
Yeah, generally I ask the jockey first, and he's been telling me what I want to hear. Probably got a little bit further back than she wanted to. She just stepped a little bit slow. He wanted to be a little bit closer, and luckily it sort of opened up enough for her, and she wanted to go through the gaps late. But probably wanted a little bit closer, but the end result was great, and yeah, it's a nice spring to her bow that she can get back and run through horses.
Just on this win today, it's
Actually,
a tribute win for you.
you know, so the problem is that there's way too many scratchings in this race. I mean, from the previous one as well, but the previous one, the odds were right on that horse, and it delivered. It had the physics. It was there on top. So can't argue that. Here the 13 is the linear, which is up here. There should not be a problem on this horse. But that's just a hope. The thing is, when we're looking at the races, you know, this is the problem. So when we are looking at the races and we want that, you know, it's a hope that the 13 is going to win, which is a very strong hope. It's a linear. Now, there's apparently no problem. There's apparently no problem on this. The only problem is that when it becomes like that, let me just open up this particular section. Wait. Let me see what they have done with the DICR. This is good ground. They're doing good ground. 18. That's the smallest. Then the 13 here. And the 1 is on course. That is that one from 12. -3 +3 on this. So 45. I don't know whether that'll happen. That is too much to expect from that horse. PC, welcome back, PC. 9EW Warwick Farm. Yeah, what else? PC has come with one bet. Of course, PC has done research. There's no sound.
Closing in on start time. Called up. Make up. Alio about to join Dynamic 1. Next to Handicapping.
The heavy ground actually changes the entire dynamics. Whenever it is heavy, like tomorrow, all the grounds are heavy. Now, please tell me if we want to race tomorrow. I'd love to race, but each and every ground tomorrow is heavy. 8, 9, 10. Race, Lee.
Light flashing.
Run, baby, 9. Run, 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 run. What is the distance this one? This is like...
The first pair settling down. Rowan Stone pushing up. Dalio and Soundbanker's going up there as well. She's a bit candid. She's flying between runners here. Morgan sitting hard against her, trying to get her to switch on, but having no success at this stage. Sitting behind the main group is Dynamic 1 outside of Dalio. Centre field is Cantorito. 3 lengths Del, followed by Proshin. Came Kakaka, the last one is Gael. Well, she had away Soundbanker. Charged through the field and took up the running. 2.5 a Star, a Rowan Stone. Followed by Covert Thinking. Next Dalio. Dynamic 1's out 3 wide. Around Cantorito.
And don't worry, it looks like it's a 2000 meter.
And Zion can see them all. It's about
More than 2000 meter.
Sample to the side, 600 metres out. Half on the Kami Star. A Rowan Stone, Covert Thinking the next pair, followed by Dynamic
Dude.
Dalio. Cantorito as they bend.
It's climbed up, climbed up.
50, Soundbanker with company. A Kami Star looming. Covert Thinking coming on through.
Climbed up, come on.
Behind it. All drives back to the
Dude,
inside. Deck the favourite in doing so. Then Dalio into the clear.
Warwick Farm is like what, 326?
Chase, Aroa Stone, Dalio, Delta, 100 metres to go. It's Covert Thinking. Aroa Stone's in a surge at it. Covert Thinking. out on its feet.
710.
Just blasted, I think. The inside nose did come down.
That was...
right on the line, but it could
That
be
was
just
that.
Covert
7
Thinking
and 10.
from on the inside, Aroa Stone. Might have been something beat. If the run came earlier, it would have won. As for third, Del Dalio sought that out. Then Cantorito, followed by
7 and 10.
tomorrow night. So but first. 11 is Bigolino, Michelle Payne in his saddle. He's got mixed his form a little bit, hasn't won in a while, but it was on that side, so for me. Two important stats.
Yeah, he should have acted, PC. It's a 320. As far as I remember, Warwick Farm is like 326 straight. It's a leader's track. It's a leader's track. If you don't act, it'll be a disaster. Not that we are in a great position with a 400 meters straight. We are in equally bad state. It's so heavy here. I don't know what to do. The 13 is good, but
may well help her and she put herself in the race. She did some early work last start and coming late, perhaps, so she should be able to.
She looks excellent this mare. She's been racing really well. All
did you get that blowtorch, PC? You were supposed to get a blowtorch and find them. Pay them a visit.
It's obviously a race that's been knocked about by scratch-ins here. John, I was initially in the camp of Chicago. But with all things considered, out of Compton, who was a good winner here last time, plenty of form coming out of that race, Extreme Virtue, who is going to push forward here with Dan Stackhouse. 5 goes on bet for 2 wins and 2 minor placings. That's going to be very, very hard to knock over. Thought trial by Chris got into the race pretty well. It's won on heavy ground previously, but ran fairly last start. If you went on the win 2 starts ago, and actually drew a good gate. But now with all things thrown in with the heavy tracks, the heavy track form is so important. I think Extreme Virtue is going to be very hard to beat as they head out for the 8th and last of 20 number unique. 4 track now, 5 Galileas, 15 Value.
Off here to race number 8, the benchmark 78 over the mile. Without a Compton, once again, the wet track's okay. Just testing, who knows?
15 win. 15 will win, PC. We've got that. We've got some stuff on 15. I think 15 was a place. The 6 is getting tailed.
I'm going to go with Starlight Rex, which I'm trying to push with fantastic again. Her coat is unbelievable for this time of year. To not have sprung any winter coat, I think it's just a testament as to how healthy she is. She's going super. Is she going to handle the wet track? I'm not sure, but she looks.
So that's the 15, all right? That's the lowest exposure on the 15. It's highest spell. That's the linear. But those, I mean, one is from gate number 14, gate number 11. The other one is from gate number 2. There is no match. 6 will come in. Yeah, maybe it doesn't have the physics, but it will come in some way or the other. But
Bigolino, but out of Compton. The way home for the punters and the way home for the big punches here in race.
On the track for the last under 3 minutes away. BOP Compton $4.20. Extreme Virtue $4.40. Then $7. Falcon of Bold by Georgie. Bigolino $7.
let's try this. 15 and 13 Queen, right? If that happens, that will be huge. I mean, 13 is the favorite. 15, we have a strong stuff going on. If that works, then there's nothing like it. On 13 itself, it's not great. On 13 itself,
just find something different is always key for them. And we haven't performed well in the winters prior.
And 13 is at 5.
A couple of things, obviously, turnaround from his last start to now. And having had to run a mile, I think he'll run well today.
When you had the fields come out a couple of days ago, and you draw Barry the 12 with 63 kilos, and you put the apprentice on, and then the Barry gone to against you, but looks like it's not necessarily the worst place to be at this point of the day.
No, but I'd say they'll race well off the fence in this, and as long as he sort of gets with the ground, and he can sort of keep the bit up in his mouth as long as possible, I'm sure he'll be right.
Excellent.
Thank you. Interesting points there, mate. With regard to Jack the Lad, first starts at the stable against a bunch of important things. To the spot, we've got a variety
Moving into the stalls for the last. Getting set for race number 8. Trial by Press is the first one in.
Right, you and us makes it pretty well with them.
440 each of 2 out of Compton and Extreme Virtue.
For the last best of luck, generally, gone.
Hutchie, thank you very much. And this is the final race on the program. It's Extreme Virtue going in. It will focus out of Compton.
Why did the 13 get there? Man. The 13 and the 15.
Synthetics on a Friday. Finals day of Saturday. The jumps action at the Bull on Sunday. So a busy week of Victorian racing.
Lee, 6 win, play 6 coffee. Ascot 6.
1600.
Run, baby.
Towards the outside, Caribbean away only fairly. Extreme Virtue began well with Falcon of Malta and also Ambassadorial driving up on the inside.
Another 13 is back there, man.
Just pulling the shade. Then Jack, the lad Georgie get mad far right.
That is Lee's patented dialogue. Something bad will happen.
Georgie get mad second last for winning in between.
13 will run, don't worry. 13 will run. 13 will run. It's the linear. It'll run. It'll run. The question is 15 here. The 15 is placed rightly.
Next Extreme Virtue on the way from Georgie Get Mad. Well, that is Jack the Lad Farnborough. And last of all in the race, his Kareem, but about to get mobile from the back. So as they reach the 600 metres, Falcon and Bolter are 7 on the chart.
Dude, run.
Who's getting a bit closer now on the outside. Ambassadorial is 3.
Don't get stuck, baby. Run, baby. Yes. Do that thing. Run. You need to run. Where are you, 13, moron? Can you beat that? 6. Back. Ascot, boom.
Next to finish the race, Falcon of Malta with Bigger Leader, Jack the Lad Extreme Virtue, trial by Press, and Ambassador.
Please, 6. 6, Lee. Beautiful.
Written by Luke. Luke with a double on the program today. He scored earlier with all business in race number 3. So it's Luke Cartwright and Dan Stackhouse with doubles on the fixture this afternoon. Mark Webb, the winning trainer.
That was horrible. It's a heavy ground, Gavin. It's a heavy ground. But Lee and Ascot, they were spot on the 6. I did not like it much because it definitely had this side. It lacked this side. but it won, and the 13 didn't. $65, $59, $40, $40. Oh man, this is equal, and here we have like 20% here. This is like 20%. We did not look at this. This is 40 by 40. This is 64 by 43. This is like almost 20% advantage on this, obviously. But that's just that. Anyways. Gavin. Anyway, so here is what we have tomorrow. Hawkesbury heavy 8. This we will not get. Ipswich heavy 8. Sale heavy 9. And this is in New Zealand, but it is heavy 10. We'll see if this thing improves. I mean, anyway, we probably are going to get a Hawkesbury, which is anyway not a great place to be. The others are equally bad, and on top of that, they're heavy. Yeah, that's what the thing is. I don't know. Do we want to race tomorrow? It's not going to be great. I mean, I seriously want to race, but look at the conditions. I mean, today, this thing, Eagle Farm 4. I think it's better to sleep tomorrow. I think that's better. I think we'll skip tomorrow. We'll try Friday. What do we have on Friday, by the way? Rockhampton, Ballarat, Tamworth. We are not going there. Rockhampton, probably. Saturday, we have some good races. We have Flemington coming up Saturday. Rosehill is heavy 10 as of now. This is going to improve. There's no Randwick. So we'll take Flemington on Saturday. I think, yeah, that is... We'll do Flemington. There's no other track. There's nothing. If we get the Flemington, we'll do Flemington. There's no question of going anywhere else if we have the Flemington. It's either Flemington, Randwick. We'll do Flemington. But this is bad, actually. Tomorrow is looking so bad. It doesn't make sense racing tomorrow. Not even on Friday. It doesn't make sense. It'll be a wastage of resources, money, time, and at the end of the day will be a very painful experience. But I think this is the last month. I mean, July is the last month when we are going to get all those tracks. Once this thing is over from August onwards, I think we're back on track with good racing coming up. All the group ones are going to come up. September is full-fledged. October is full-fledged. November, we have the Melbourne Cup. So all is good, but tomorrow and day after looks very bad. Very bad, actually.
best fit position. Just another last hill. Big feet at the back. $6.
12 place. Happy ending. Gosh.
All set to go now. Ready to break in the last.
6, 14, 2 and 10. Beat that.
Racing Brisbane, Victory Flame began clumsily towards the inside in front of the last out. Hello Lovely's got early speed, Hates the Hill going fast. The Loz is about third away. Simply Front going fourth. Skinner first man, making about 40 better than midfield in the first ball, followed by Barockaroo, Vanessa Spirit, then Little Genie, Victory Flame on the improve.
No, don't worry, don't worry. Don't worry. It's Eagle Farm. It's Eagle Farm, don't worry.
By 3/4, a double cut later. The gate, 3 wide.
Where is it? 14 here somewhere.
3 wide the trail for Rockaroo. In came to Skinner, over the inside.
Come on.
Second for the turn first man, about 4 off the lead. Then Vanessa's Spirit, Little Genie near the rail. Victory Flame with work to do, then 4.5. Making Roll Starlight Nation and UK Squeeze wins it in. The big field Thunder for home, 300 left to run. The Loz has led. Love will come later, comes in strongly. In came Simply Farmer.
Run! Mule. Run, 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 run. Oh, that's a 4. I'm sorry. It is not a 14. 12, 13. 12, 12, Lee. Yep. Beautiful. Beautiful, Lee. All right, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 8 races today at Sandown. We did that last one. Lost. Lee had a great day. Ascot had a great day. But that was something that did not work. We were scheduled to race tomorrow, but it doesn't look good. We are going to skip tomorrow. This is not where we. This is not what we want to do. The Friday is equally bad. There's no right track. We'll get back on Saturday with Flemington. I think that's the best. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Lee, thank you so much, my friend, for being there. Ascot, thank you so much for being there. Gavin, thank you so much for being there, my friend. BC, thank you so much. I can't thank you enough, BC, but thank you and stay blessed, my friend. Lee, thank you so much. Gavin. I think that is it. Lewis, thank you so much, my friend, for being there, Lewis. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Saturday. That's the best. That's the best that we do it on Saturday again. Till then, have a blessed day, my friends. Thank you.